Good afternoon. Welcome to the Pflugerville City Council work session calling to order at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. Our first item on the agenda is public comment. I've received 2 requests for public comment. They are on a specific item. If you would prefer, Les and Jim, if we wait until that item so you can speak particularly to that item. In which case we will move directly into item 3 on our agenda, our regular agenda. 3A is to conduct a presentation on the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget for the city of Pflugerville, Texas. We have Finance Director Tracy Waldron. Give us all the news.
Yes, good evening. So this budget process started back in January with a council retreat where we received council's priorities on the fiscal 27 budget process. We also seek community support through open houses, the master plans. We do a biennial resident survey. There will be 2 public hearings, one on the August 25th for the budget, and another one on September 8th for the tax rate. So I did want to point out some document upgrades that we outlined in your email when you were receiving the proposed budget. The overall layout is grouped a little bit different, so we are grouping everything by fund type, and so it flows a little bit better instead of having to kind of jump around. So all general fund is in the same section. The personnel summary chart includes a change column. We felt like that would be helpful. It was a recommendation from our Budget and Finance Committee. We provided a more detailed all-fund summary, so it has a lot more detail that ties back to the summary pages that fall within the different funds. And there are some new funds this year. The Monarch is a new fund. It's under the Enterprise section. We do have a Utility Debt Service Fund that is new, and the Tourism Public Improvement District. I did want to go over this property tax notice because I can understand that if you just look at this notice, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But it is the legal language of the notice. So
Let's
if you
be clear, Tracy, that's not your fault. This is what the legislatures are requiring us to say.
I understand, but that's why I wanted to call it out, because if our budget is only changing by $385,000, but we could actually gain 1.7 in new properties. Sometimes I'm just trying to connect the dots for people. So if you just look at our M&O and INS budget from one budget year to the next budget year, we're only gaining $385,000. But if you calculate our new property values based on the proposed rate that we are using in the budget, we would be gaining 1.7. The biggest difference in this is the fact that we are not taking all of the calculation that we could for the debt service. We're using $4,850,000 of fund balance to keep that rate close to what it was last year. If we did not do that, the rate would be $32.45 instead of $28.26, which we will go over the rates a little bit later. So anyway,
let's be clear, Tracy. What you're saying is that y'all, in trying to help out the citizens, particularly during this time of financial need, you've utilized partial funds to go ahead and cover that aspect to make sure that we can keep the rate where it could be affordable for everybody.
Right.
And what was the amount again that was out of fund balance to?
$4,850,000.
$4,850,000 out of fund balance.
So just wanted to
that's
talk about that notice.
That's funds that we had available
Yes.
that had been taxed.
And we will go over that particular debt service fund in, a little bit later, but just wanting to kind of highlight what this notice actually means and why it may not make a lot of sense when you first look at it. So the appraised taxable values certified, we did receive the certified values. We did have new property value of $321 million. This is over the $172 million in the previous tax year. The increases that the TERS captured was about $20 million. And we did have loss of some property through the property exemption. It was a new law this year of about 74 million. You can see from the chart that this is the first year. I think if we go back, it's many, many years, we have not seen a valuation actually go down, even with 321 million in new valuation. So, it's a little bit of a new territory. So we had total reduction in taxable values of about 65 million.
Is that including TERS or excluding TERS?
This is total. It does include the TERS, yes. Yes. Just to talk about the different tax rates, since we're going to be going over all of them in future slides. We do have two different tax rates, maintenance and operations, which we refer to as our general fund, and the interest in seeking tax rate, which is our debt service fund. There's also the no new revenue rate, which is required to produce the same amount of tax revenue from the current fiscal year as the previous fiscal year on the same properties. And then the voter approval rate is the maximum rate allowed without voter approval. And it is 3.5% over the no new revenue M&O rate. This is just a calculation of how you get to it. We are not using any unused increments, so it's just the voter approval M&O rate plus the debt service that gets you to the voter approval tax rate. So we did receive the certified rolls, and Travis County Truth and Taxation Department did do the rate calculation on our behalf. And these are the rates that have been calculated. So the proposed tax rate is the 5436. This is the voter approval tax rate of 5436. The voter approval M&O rate is 2610, up from the 2500 last year. And the debt rate was 2850 last year. It's being calculated at 2826. The no new revenue rate is 5407, and the no new revenue rate, just the M&O portion, is 2523. And as I stated, we did use some fund balance to keep that debt rate close to what it was. If we had not have been able to do that, it would have been at 3245. The proposed tax revenue just for the M&O, which is the general fund, last year we budgeted 29 million. We're projecting 28.8 million. The difference can be a lot of things, but we do see a lot of adjustments throughout the year. So when we set the budget, we have an estimated under review value, and so we usually use the recommendation provided by the appraisal district. But if those adjustments actually go below that estimated amount, then we, see that variance between the two. So the proposed fiscal 27 property tax revenue for the general fund is 30.2 million. So that is a 1.3 million increase over the fiscal 26 proposed budget.
And if we went with the no new revenue rate, we'd be looking at roughly
It's about $1 million.
29,800,000, which would be an increase of about $1 million over the previous year.
Yeah, I think it was $1 million, right around $1 million difference. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. So another thing that changed was when you look at the average taxable and the median taxable, both amounts have gone down since last year. So when applied to the proposed tax rates of each of those years, we're actually seeing about a $54 decrease in the average taxable property tax. It's just a snapshot of a comparison between the average homestead and the actual tax rate. So with the fiscal 27 average homestead value going down, the rate is going to tier up. I mean, it's math at the end of the day, and so as the valuations have gone down, we've seen the rate head up again. This was just a comparison. We did look at commercial and residential separately to see, we knew that the residential had decreased in value is about 2%, but the commercial actually increased about 5%. So we're just seeing a little bit of a difference between commercial and residential.
And that's net of the decrease in the personal property.
It's already factored in.
It's already
Yeah.
factored in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if
Yes.
that hadn't happened, it would have gone up.
Even more. Yeah. What do we attribute that to?
The exemption?
No. The just like you said, commercial going up, how it is, yet
Yeah,
residential.
it's
staying
all
down.
in the values and how the appraisal district assesses the values. Residential saw a decrease overall.
The values in the commercial was both a increase in values of existing commercial plus the addition of new commercial.
There is new, yes. We do have new value. I don't know the breakout between the new value. I can get that, but between residential and commercial on
Yeah,
the new
that'd
You
be
value.
handy.
anticipated my follow-up
Yeah,
question.
I don't have that in my back pocket, but we could definitely get that. This is a benchmark. We were not able to pull a lot of new rates from some of these jurisdictions. One thing we did add this year, though, was which jurisdictions use sales tax to reduce their property tax. So we kind of added that as a additional information on this slide. So Georgetown, Round Rock, Hutto, and Taylor all use some form of sales tax to bring down their property tax.
How is that different than our sales tax being in our budget and therefore can reduce property taxes because it's in the same fund?
They assign. There's a step you have to take to actually assign sales tax to property tax.
Don't they use
So it's
similar
part of the
Type B too?
calculation.
It's Type B sales tax that they use to buy down, right?
I don't know that.
So you
Yeah.
can go through a sales tax election that
Right. I
designates
mean, you have
a
to
specific sales
literally
tax
like have it
purpose.
designated that, I think some of them stated like so much percentage of their sales tax was dedicated to property tax.
Just like what the mayor said, yes, but specific, what category?
Yeah.
the
We don't have any capacity left in our
Right.
sales tax rate,
Right.
thanks to our other entities.
But it's interesting to see.
The 4B.
No comment.
So key budget assumptions, this looks at all, this is an overall, all funds overlook. Fund balance targets 25%. We did use the voter approval rate in all of our assumptions and projections. We did use a conservative sales tax projection. And we'll go over that a little bit later to what we used. The utility revenue is based on the study recommendations, and recreational increase based on estimated memberships and proposed fees. On the expenditure side, the general fund had a reduction in 17 positions. Excuse me. The utility fund had a reduction in 10 positions. We did add the Monarch Fund, which added quite a few new positions, 123 new positions. We do have an annual COLA increase, a cost of living 3%, and health insurance increase of 8%. And we also have all of the occupancy costs for all of the new facilities that'll be opening in fiscal 27. So those are all new costs this year.
Tracy, let's talk. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to ask, I think I saw in there that you've also updated the cost allocations for
Yes.
occupancy right across the departments. So those
Yes.
increased costs are reflected in the departmental.
Right, so we've
Okay.
included the Monarch as part of that allocation as well, because we do, we will support that enterprise fund. On the debt service side, the general fund debt service,
I think we had a couple more
Oh,
questions, I'm
yes.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you?
No, go ahead. I'll go
Okay.
after you.
So by moving the recreation center operations, obviously it's going to be expanded with the Monarch. But how much of the expenses are we moving out of the general fund into the Monarch fund that was just related to operations of our recreation center without the associated increase?
I'm gonna phone a friend and he'll get that for you. He's in the audience.
Watching that.
It wasn't a ton of expenditures. We did have 14 full-time employees though. So that number, I don't even want to try to pull that out of the air. On the
Your friend has been found.
Back up on that.
I mean,
question.
you're not John. You look very different than John, but I'll still
John
phone.
looked at me.
I'll still phone a friend.
Are you asking like current operations of our current facility?
Well, all things being equal, if we were not opening up the Monarch or having a separate Monarch fund and we were still funding the recreation center, some of those operations would be in the general fund normally.
Yes.
So we've moved those expenses, thereby reducing our general fund and putting it in the Monarch fund. Other things obviously are coming in, but I just wanted to know how much recurring, like how much of our expenses this year did we move to, basically be in the Monarch, similar to what
We can get you a final number. I wouldn't say the operating costs were super high,
No,
but
it's
the
personnel.
14
It's the
people.
personnel, right?
But the 14
It's the personnel.
people.
Sorry, I mean personnel and
Yeah.
operation. Obviously, you also moved recreation center fees as well.
Right.
But there's usually, I'm assuming there was a net cost after the fees that you moved.
Yes.
Just for an apples
And
to
we
apples
only did
comparison.
9 months because, it's not going to be opening right at October 1st. So we tried to do a split and kept the cost. We kept about 3 months of the cost in general fund and moved the rest to the Monarch.
Let me ask a simplified version of Councilwoman Ryan's very complex question about funds. Assuming, for the sake of this hypothetical,
Doesn't sound simple.
that we didn't have a Monarch fund, but it was still part of the recreation, Parks and Recreation Department.
Yeah.
How many new positions would we have, and what change would that have on the budget in both cost and revenue?
If we didn't have the Monarch, but we had a new recreation building. You're
Right,
saying it.
So
So it's
I'm-
so different whether we pull it out and make it a separate fund.
right. But, so, we have the old rec center, which will
Mm-hmm.
be closing down at some point. We have the new rec center. Presumably, some of the personnel from the old rec center will go to the new rec center.
Yeah.
So, my question is, are we getting 123 new people, or are we getting 123 people who are going to be in the rec center, some of whom are in the old rec center? Are we getting the cost for 123 new people, or
Yes, we
how's
are.
that split out?
So it's 123.
It's
net new.
123
Yeah.
new people. If you look at their total on their personnel summary, it's 138.
Okay,
So 14 full-time are being moved from general fund that are current employees, current positions. Then we're adding 2 full-time, and then we're adding like 121 part-time.
So Tracy, I've got a question about that, and I think you mentioned, we've got a cost allocation model, right, to distribute cost of certain departments
Finance,
among
IT, yes.
the method or the mechanism for calculating that cost allocation. I feel like there would be a much higher demand on people and culture when it comes to 100 and something part-time employees
Okay.
rather than
Yes.
that's
But
dedicated.
we have given them a full-time P plus C staff.
So it's
At
one
the
full-time P
Monarch,
plus
so-
T for the Monarch. I
Yeah.
feel like, in general, when we're cost allocating, we're saying we've got all these positions, but they turn over infrequently.
Right.
But when it comes to those part-time, I feel like there should probably be a higher cost allocation.
So
to that.
because we gave them that person, they're still seeing an allocation from
Mm-hmm.
P plus C, but not as much because they have that
They have it
dedicated
dedicated on
full-time
their
person
books.
yes.
Okay.
So that was a little bit different for them because they do have all of the part-time positions. You're right. They're
It's a lot of
They're gonna be
recruiting,
in
a lot of
hiring mode.
onboarding.
all the time.
Yeah.
We
So-
try to estimate the time required, like factoring in the additional FTE that'll be dedicated to that facility.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you for thinking.
So there
through
is an allocation, but not as much because they do have the dedicated person.
And that was your idea, Tracy, not Shane's, right?
I think it was P plus C.
No one takes my recommendation.
Quick question on the health insurance. So, I'm always interested in that just because the reality, it's real, the significance
Yeah.
of the portion with that. How did we compare to last year regarding cost increase, and how does this compare to what we're looking at, given that there's some people who actually went to the marketplace but then left the marketplace.
Yes,
which
I
might
think
lead
we were
costs.
right at our 5% last year. We had
Okay.
budgeted 5% and made some adjustments to the plan to keep us at 5%. But every time we meet with them at the beginning of the process, it's like 25%. I put 8 in. I think the last email I saw was 12, 14. So we'll probably get it down to close to the 8%, if not a little lower, but I still think it's a reasonable projection. And we're on a calendar year, so I'm not really going to know about
I
this
know.
information until after this budget is
Mid-year, I know.
adopted. So we just try to do the best estimate that we can with what we have.
That 8% does make me pretty nervous.
It's
Because we also hopefully do not get ourselves in a situation where we have to further cut benefits either. We wanna
Well,
make sure we
and,
take
and
care of
remember
people.
last year we did yeoman's work to make sure we keep it from that, because the reality
Yeah.
situation is that what's the point of having health insurance if you really can't access your health insurance? And so it's real, but we know all too well January 1st is when we find out what's really going on.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we should know October.
Yeah, these are all estimates, right? Like you can get major claims over the next few months that totally change that, right? So right now, based on utilization, that's our best guess.
So, sorry, going back to the Monarch Fund, can you just remind everyone the reason that we are creating an enterprise fund and separating this from the general fund?
Yes, because we have laid out a 5-year plan for the Monarch to be self-supporting of itself through its own revenues. And so because of that plan, we felt like it made sense to make it an enterprise fund.
And therefore, it's not subject to the 25% fund balance reserve, and it's not subject to the, funding by property taxes, which is limited to the 3.5%.
Correct.
Correct. But the reality of the situation is that if you lay out that plan the way it did, and based on what we put up as the fees, I guess we still have to confirm what the fees will ultimately be with that, we'll be in the black. This is the second biggest rec center in the state of Texas, and given all the amenities and everything else involved with it, I've already spoken to several other facilities around our city who have already made it clear people are going to flock to this. And so I think it's a great idea, and I think it's a good idea to have it as an enterprise fund, and then to see where this goes from there as well.
So then my follow-up question is, is that options for other types of recreational activities that have fees associated with it, as being an enterprise activity rather than a governmental activity?
You're never gonna get to cost recovery
Yeah,
on
our
like
park fees are
soccer
not
programs
cost
and yoga,
recovery.
it's just not gonna happen.
Pickleball?
We're anticipating that the Monarch is going to run into black the first year?
No.
No.
That's the 5-year
It's a
plan.
5-year
Five-year
plan.
plan.
You can,
Okay.
yeah, you start rubbing your head like,
That didn't change.
what's that guy's name?
So what y'all are approving as a part of this budget was a prior discussion where PCDC is helping to bridge the gap,
Yeah.
and that'll tear down as we get better and closer to cost recovery over the next 5 years.
And by year 5, we should be in the black. But we
We
won't
hope.
be in the black for the 5-year period.
Right. So
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
By that
All right.
time, because it's literally building up to that rally, and like I said, there's a lot of people who have no idea what the heck that thing is, and then as soon as what are we saying, February, as soon as it opens up, you're going to see a lot of people flocking to that. Particularly, I'll just tell you straight up, we already have a lot of entities talking about basketball, for example. Like you've had to go to Round Rock and all these areas to actually put on some tournaments.
Now there'll be some
Yeah.
youth leagues who can play here.
Exactly.
So is our current recreation center with this similar type activity self-sufficient?
Not even close.
No.
Did not have similar activity. It was maybe 25%, 35% cost recovery.
Yeah.
It's more of a community center than a rec center.
This
It doesn't
thing,
have a big gym. It doesn't have the big things that would draw and justify a large. You had like annual memberships at like $90 or something for a family. It wasn't priced to be cost recovery and didn't have the facilities to justify rates that would make it cost recovery.
I will support the Cowboys till the day I die, but I will be there day one, just given the indoor, not only the basketball courts, but also you have the track, you have the turf field, You have to go ahead and indoor swimming facility with all the other amenities to that. I mean, there's so much there that like people have no idea until they're going to be like, wait, this is what they've been building? And it's like, yeah, you're going to see what it's about. Trust me.
The idea of making an enterprise fund is to remove it as a tax burden, like to take that off of the burden of the tax rate. That's the whole point.
Any other questions?
I'm just wondering, over the 5-year plan, because the 5th-year plan was to be self-sufficient, but what about the accumulated net fund balance over the other 4 years? How are we?
How's it going to be addressed?
Yeah, I guess I just want to understand how you can continue, or how you can have negative fund balance for so many years, and then how many years after year 5 will we actually have, break even on our accumulated fund balance? And
You're
then-
asking if we'll run at a surplus to make up for the first 5 years, or are we planning to subsidize it for the first 5
You
years?
guys have
So,
already taken action. PCDC board has already taken
subsidizing.
action to subsidize the
I
deficit.
thought I saw negative 500,000 in year 1.
There is a negative in our
Okay.
estimates.
There's also a transfer to offset it from PCDC.
No,
Well, no,
No, that's
we have
after
a
the
negative
transfer.
in our, we're proposing a negative. We realize that, and I think I put some stuff on that page to kind of explain that. But also, we're dealing with a lot of unknowns and estimates. And so I feel like the memberships and the fees are conservative, especially the membership count.
Oh, I think
And so
so.
hopefully, we just don't know what we don't know. We don't know how many people are going to sign up the first year. So we're just trying to be very realistic and very conservative. We will monitor it as it gets up and running. I know they're going to do pre-sales for memberships, so that'll give us a glimpse of kind of how that's going, and we can pivot from that point. But yes,
Yeah.
we're trying to do the best we can do with what we know, and we will come back to you if needed at some point.
It sounds like you're anticipating some sort of mid-year budget adjustment.
I'm just anticipating getting going and seeing the reality of what we've put on paper, because that's the unknown.
because the rate itself is, I mean, especially for the family rate, very competitive. Like shockingly competitive for what we're trying to go ahead and get at right there as well, which is fair.
It is
Yeah.
competitive
Yeah.
with the other options in the market, but it is also much higher than what we're currently charging.
And it's given to what you actually provide. I mean, because that's the problem right now is that if you ask me the percentage of our citizens who actually utilize the current facilities compared to what's going to be,
Probably less than 5%.
yeah, and this is going to be something where I have an inkling, and I'm glad that we actually changed a rate for people who are outside the city. That we're going to have a lot of people not from here who are going to be looking at this and saying, "How do I get in?"
Yeah, and thank you, Tracy. I appreciate what you're saying. My question was more about what are we going to do if we are having, even with the additional contribution that from PCDC, if we are going to have a negative balance, or if what I'm hearing is at some point we will have to decide what to do with that negative balance, and we're not going to just leave
Correct.
it there.
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe I have a better question. Is this, to your point, when do we ever operate that in the black? When we're talking about facilities and facility usage, because that's just the nature of the beast. It's always been.
So,
operate in the.
I know,
mean-
but that's part of the general fund that's then funded by property taxes. We're taking it out and we're saying it's
and
not
that
going to be funded.
exactly. So what I'm saying is that we've
We still have
never
to fund it.
yeah, but we've never had it. We've never had it in the black. So
We're working towards it.
that,
Yeah.
and that's a huge significant. That is a game changer on that.
And we're hopeful that, the rate should be set at a rate that should provide fund balance, because we need to set aside for maintenance. Like, the rates need to cover not just the operating of that year, they need to cover projections of maintenance and replacement of equipment and repair. We need to plan ahead. So I would, in a perfect world, it should carry a fund balance, because that fund balance should be there and available for future maintenance and future replacement of equipment.
As we heard at the last meeting, there will be gym equipment that'll have
Right.
to be replaced periodically. That'll be an
Yeah.
expense starting about year 5, but continue to increase.
Right.
after that.
So we have to set our fees in order to handle that.
Yeah, and then the general fund or the debt service fund is covering all, plus some of PCDC money is covering the cost to build.
Right.
This is only being in the black, hopefully for the cost to operate, but if you were a standalone gym or recreation center doing this, your cost would be much higher because you'd have to pay the loan to build
Right.
the building and all of that, so, yeah, thank you.
Speaking of debt service,
That's right.
Perfect segue.
existing debt service for general is 43.6 million. Utilities is, I realize these numbers are exactly the same. I did double check them. They are, just happen to be exactly the same. I do want
Are you sure you
to,
didn't just copy and paste?
I know,
Okay.
that's what I checked because I was like, am I losing my mind? I do want to point out the utility is always an estimate. The WIFIA loans, the amortization on the WIFIA loans constantly change. So every time we do a drawdown, that amortization changes. So that is a moving target. So that's why I put the estimate on there. This budget does not include any proposed new debt. Even if the bond election, I think I've referenced this in the
You put it in
the
there, yeah.
book itself. That would start in fiscal 28. So even if that was approved and the voters agreed and y'all put it on the ballot, there would be no debt in fiscal 27.
So, for the utility, then that means that the COs that we've borrowed before and the WIFIA loans that we've drawn down are sufficient to cover the construction costs that we're anticipating this year, and we're not gonna have to do any more additional drawdowns?
Well, the drawdowns are part of the loan. So the
Okay,
the
so when you
loans
say
are
no
They're
new
allocated.
debt, you mean no
On
new
the general fund
authorized debt,
side.
but with the WIFIA, because it's more like a line of credit?
It's already authorized.
Okay, so we
Correct.
will be drawing down additional
Of course.
debt proceeds,
Yes.
just we're not gonna authorize new debt.
Correct.
Okay.
There is no new debt. The WIFIA has already been authorized at the full amount. We have not drawn it all down.
At a great rate.
So this is just a snapshot of all the funds, and it kind of shows you how, this is how the funds are set in the document itself. So we do have 236 million in governmental, which includes general fund, debt service, and general capital. The enterprise now will include everything related to water, wastewater, utilities, solid waste, and the Monarch. Special revenue still consists of the TERS, a hotel, public safety, and the public education government fund. Internal service fund is our vehicle and equipment and replacement fund, and the PCDC. So on the general fund, just looking at general fund revenue and reoccurring expenditures are balanced at 65.8. There is a capital outlay and one-time expenditures of 2.8 that are coming from available fund balance, which leaves us with 16.9 million in fund balance, which is right at 26% of reoccurring expenditures. On the revenue side, we kind of talked about some of these things. We've already talked about the assessment values being decreased by 65 million, new property values at 321 million. Just doing backwards math, existing property values decreased by 386 million. Sales tax is slow, and right now, I checked the numbers as of July, and we're at 1.2% fiscal year to date, which is less than what we budgeted.
Yeah.
So we are building this budget at a 0%. So whatever we're projecting for fiscal 26 is what we're proposing for fiscal 27. So we're not adding anything to that. On the other revenue, we do have the 600,000 for EMS services added to the budget. We also have a transfer from tree escrow funds of 521,000, and there was a slight increase in the franchise fees. This is just based on historical trends in that revenue line.
Can you explain who we charge franchise fees for, or to, I'm sorry?
So electric pays franchise fees, solid waste, and telecom companies for right of way.
So for them to be able to go ahead and do
Yeah.
that.
PEG funds.
My other question,
Cable, yeah.
okay, so, and then the water and wastewater, because it's an interfund with the city of Pflugerville, they pay franchise fees as well, but it's just called something different, or it's called a transfer.
We calculate a 4%, and it's a transfer from that fund to the general fund.
Okay, but it's not in the franchise fee.
It is not.
I know.
That was
So even look,
changed in fiscal 26.
so even looking at, I mean, this is about as conservative an estimate that you're given here. So anything we get is a bonus on top of that, particularly when you're looking at the projections for sales tax, just
Right.
a zero with that, the reality of that.
And why are we doing the tree escrow transfer this year in that amount?
We do it every year to a certain extent, but the Parks Department did build in certain things that they wanted to do that they want to use these funds for. So we have the expenses in the budget. I just wanted to make sure that we had the transfer of the revenue in the budget as well
Okay, so the
to offset the
tree
expenditures.
escrow is for the purpose of helping Parks and Rec with forestation and
Right,
increasing green space?
right.
Okay.
For sales tax, I'm curious if you know what's the general sales tax increase like for the central Texas area. Is that, are we in line with that, or?
Absolutely.
I'd have to look.
But I'll tell you that I mean, talking to our compatriots in other cities, absolutely. There's a reason why the city of Austin's coming out for the first time ever with their own economic development plan. Coming up next year. But it's an issue across the region regarding what's happening with sales tax or lack thereof right there. I don't think anyone have anticipated, like Tracy said already, what would happen with ad valorem and with, property tax values going down from that, which actually hurts from that. You're already capped at a 3.5% on what you can do from there. So this is where now more than ever, we're at a place where PCDC and utilizing it in our economic development are going to have to be a critical tool to actually go ahead and recruit and get things in here for us to be able to go and have that. I'm going to say right now, I don't think it's too dissimilar from where we were at in 2008, 2009, 2010.
Tracy, have we seen an estimate from the comptroller's office on the statewide change in sales tax?
I have not.
No. I'd be curious if we're trending along with the state, or if we're staying ahead of the curve or falling behind.
I mean, usually we're ahead of
Usually.
state average. Yeah, I'll look at that though.
Yeah, I expect so. So if I just want to make sure that we're not falling behind that curve, because
Right.
that would indicate something to me.
Right, because we're usually ahead of that.
I mean, overall on this graph, we've done very well in increasing our sales tax. It's just that
Right.
that large increase every year is no longer happening.
Which is
But a lot of
the
those
trend.
were added sales tax providers,
We're recognizing new
especially
development
Yeah.
that
several
brings
years ago.
additional sales tax revenue.
right? So
Not
the
just-
last
not just
couple of
people spending more
years,
money.
like between fiscal 24 and 27, you were just looking at people's spending patterns. Well, that's gone flat.
And that's the key, is that so if it's gone flat from that aspect, what is it looking at from reality of bringing in other businesses from there? Because obviously you've seen we've benefited from that, and now it's gone to the point where, I think during the pandemic we talked about that. We were like, wait a minute, people are spending more of their money at home.
Right.
Now that we've gone back to our essentially our regular cycle, that's happening being all over the place.
Well, there was some changes in the law of the allocation of where the sales tax goes versus the customer
Oh.
home versus
Are-
versus the business
Are we
location,
Round Rock,
so.
Texas, counselor?
So, but it means that more of our tax dollars that people were spending were staying with us,
Yeah.
and in addition to
We did.
with COVID.
We looked at that because of the what's the name of the furniture store we got?
Living spaces.
Yeah, that's what we started.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Tracy, I think you've got 17 more slides.
Oh.
While we start making our way through.
I have a handful. So on the general fund expenditure highlights, as I stated before, 17 positions reduced. So the breakdown on that is 15 positions moving to the Monarch, 6 reclassed from the Water and Wastewater Fund. So those positions we gained, and then there were 8 positions removed. 3%. We've gone over all that. Occupancy costs for the new facilities. So that includes property insurance, the utilities, all of those things that we're going to see. I know there's like a janitorial service contract that's pretty substantial. So we have tried to estimate and add all of those new costs into this new budget. We do have the increase in the medical services contract in this budget. We have reduced third-party contracts, and we pretty much went, as we went through each of the departments, we really were looking at the third-party contract utilization. So we have a list of contracts that we've reduced. So that was pretty significant. And then we've updated the cost allocation increase. Because we gained the positions from water and wastewater, obviously, in return, they got additional cost allocation, but we've also added the Monarch in that allocation as well.
I had a question on the positions that were actually unfunded, I think was the term you used, the 8 positions.
Swept up.
Were those vacant positions,
Yes.
or so it's not no layoffs, just
Nope.
reducing vacant positions? And
Correct.
what was the reason either those positions were vacant or were no longer determined to be needed?
So as we had positions become vacant, we paused and we looked at our departments. I know I had one in finance, and after looking at it and determining how are we doing, can we do what we need to do without this position, and it was determined that we could. And so I think that has been the case with positions across the city when they become vacant. Sometimes the position needs to be reclassed and it needs to be something else other than it was. All of those analysis happen at that time.
So I think this question's for James more than it is for Tracy. James, we swept a lot of positions. That's what the term is. The term is swept. And we know that we're trying to make y'all make lemonade out of lemons here. Are we saying by sweeping those positions that those positions weren't necessary? Or are we saying that we're trying at our best to help the citizens at a moment in need regarding budget crunches and what the state of the economy is?
Every time we have a vacancy, the direction is to look at, does it still make sense? Does it make sense to refill it? If it does it need to look different? Do we need to make any changes to it? That's what every single time we have a vacancy, that's just the way that we operate. I would say I would love to have those 8 positions back. This isn't something that we can't. While we're not growing in double digits, we are growing still. We are still, we're still doing. We have new houses, new commercial. Y'all get reports about the new things that are coming online. All those things require service, right? So we can't continue to cut year over year. But this was by far the hardest year. If not for the Monarch Fund, I would have had to cut. The equivalent of another 14 positions, maybe closer to 20, right? Before you start getting into service level type stuff, right? Y'all got a preview of that last year, where we brought a number of things to say, if not for some subsidy from PCDC, these are going to go away, and y'all decided to use those funds to keep that level of service. So that's what we're trying to hedge off. So several of those. So one was in finance, one was in the city manager's office. So I'm not asking other people to cut when I'm not willing to cut, so I'm cutting my staff too. Several of those were in public works. It's just like we just got to try to figure it out this year. I'm trying to recruit a new public works director. I trust that person to come in and evaluate, and I might be asking for a couple more positions next year if we can swing it. But yeah, I'd say we look critically at every position every time it opens.
So as people are hurting at home, we're hurting here, and you're trying to Band-Aid as best we can until we get to a better economy.
Yeah.
I think if you look at some of our comparison cities as well, our staff here in Pflugerville has always been comparatively very lean. So I think we're taking an already pretty thin ship. Luckily for us, we've got a ton of great talent that can make up for that, but we're already pretty lean, I think.
And Jonathan, I'm glad you brought that up. It's I think it's disingenuous for people to say that this city has not tried to operate at a level of efficiency that others haven't, and just given how we are with you just looking at the basic FTEs. And so I wanted to make sure when you talked about this that we really made it clear to the citizens that, listen, we're not saying these weren't necessary. We're saying right now at this moment in time,
Right.
we're trying our best to go ahead and bandage everything, stitch tape, or scotch tape, is that the term? Get everything together to get things work. But it doesn't, and we're trying to work with you during this moment.
So I had, on the occupancy cost for the new facilities, is it possible for us to, at some point in the future, get a summary of what are the additional costs to run the city hall versus how we're doing it today? What is the additional operating, I know there's personnel costs for the Monarch,
Right.
but what are the additional occupancy costs for the Monarch versus our current facility and any other new facilities, whether that's the Public Works and all of that? Because I think it is important to know that, okay, we have these new facilities, it does come with these costs, and these costs are also, adding to the total expenses, and I'd like to know how much that is.
Sure.
To answer the mayor's question earlier about statewide sales tax collection, went to the comptroller's website, and the comptroller had originally projected a 3.9% increase in sales tax statewide, and has increased that estimate to a 4.7% sales tax increase statewide. Now, that's just a projection,
Right.
so might be right, might be wrong,
It's good to know.
but the comptroller seems to think that the
They're seeing-
prospects for sales tax are improving.
You're seeing growth. That could be good for our last few months here of fiscal year 26. We'll keep an eye on that.
I have seen an increase the last couple of months. But I wasn't willing to change the budget because of a couple of months of increase. So,
Well,
yeah,
and-
hopefully that trend will continue, but yeah.
I know, rather be conservative than otherwise.
And it does, vary by region, so.
It always does.
Right.
You're saying West Texas doesn't do something we do down here?
It's shocking.
Tracy, where were we?
So on the capital outlay side, as I mentioned, 2.8 million. The complete list of provided in the proposed budget is on page 29. We've also included this in the proposed budget, which just highlights the major events that are funded within this budget.
Any on there you want to highlight?
I don't see the 4th of July on that list.
What's third from the bottom, David?
Red, white, and boom, is that the
Yes.
official name of the
It is.
Independence Day
Yes.
Yeah,
celebration?
just
Yes, it
figured that
is.
out. Wait, and it comes with the parade, so that's cool. That's good.
That was a long list in a
Is
short
that-
time.
is there-
I don't know
I
if we're making any
did
improvements on
not
that.
finish
False.
reading that whole list.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was curious. I think
What's forever starts with PF?
you've got Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. I've also seen a day of service
okay.
associated with
Married.
September 11th. Do we staff for that or no?
That hurt.
Phone a friend.
Okay, that may be more of a volunteer event, but I don't remember the day of service on.
I
I'm
will
okay.
say these are ones that have funds associated with them.
Okay.
I really feel like we've covered all of these, unless you have a question. We've covered the reductions. Moving on to debt service. So the property tax revenue INS budgeted 33.2 million last year, projecting about 32.8. Our preliminary for fiscal 27 proposed really is the 32.6, utilizing the available fund balance of 4,850,000. Debt service summary, revenues 39.6, recurring expenditures of 43.6. So we have a net change of the 4.1, drawing down that fund balance. So projected ending fund balance will be at 5.3.
And just a reminder that we do not have a fund balance requirement for this fund. So we
As
can
a
go
matter
down
of-
to zero.
Yeah, as a matter
some
of
point in the
fact, if
future.
the fund balance is too high, we actually get penalized for arbitrage. So
Okay.
there is a calculation there that that we have to watch, and we really actually want it below that arbitrage calculation.
And so is it our long-term plan to then draw down on that 5.3 fund balance in the future years?
Yes.
Thank you.
I see where you're going.
As we talked about the Monarch earlier, so revenues are projecting at 5.3. Broke this down a little bit. So personnel 3.8, operating at 2 million, and then the cost allocation. So we are projecting a negative, but as I stated in the proposed budget, this is something that we will monitor as we get memberships and maybe coming back to you, maybe not. We don't know. Hopefully not. Do want to call out that this does include the 2.1 million support from 4B funds from PCDC.
Do we have detail of the level of memberships that is included in the estimate for revenue?
They do, yes.
Okay.
You,
I haven't made it to that page. I guess.
we have a lunch and learn.
Yeah, I think we're
Oh,
going
okay.
to cover
On
all
Monday,
that next
okay.
week. On utility funds, water and wastewater fund summary. So revenue is being projected at 66.9, operating expenditures and debt service. I do want to remind you that the debt service is a transfer. So it is included. I always want to make sure it's above the line because it should be included as a part of our calculation for our fund balance requirement. But it is a transfer, so our debt is more than 32.5. We are using available fund balance in the debt service fund this year, specifically to try to keep those costs lower for the rates. And then we have capital outlay and transfers of 2.8. The calculations, when I laid this out, are below the fund balance requirement. So I just wanted to point out the two things that we have built in to the projections and to the proposed is transfers to the capital fund. Those transfers won't fully happen unless we have our final projections and know that we actually have available fund balance. Like currently, our proposed budget in 26 has, I believe, 6 million budgeted. We've only transferred 4. We will not transfer the last 2 unless we know how we're going to fall out. One thing that's going to change a little bit, and I tried to make projections, is the revenue because we were in water restrictions for 4 months, 3.5 months. And so even though I can try to make estimates of what that revenue is going to look like, I'm not really going to know until we get through the fiscal year. So all of those things come into play. I just want to say that we will not make the transfers to the capital fund if we are not above the 25% or at the 25%.
Now, for the 26 projections, the transfer for the, what is the rest, if 6 million is
So
For
it's
the-
all of the money we transferred to
the
start
debt
the
service?
utility debt
Okay, and
service.
so that's a one-time,
It is,
okay.
yeah. And that I can't change, but I do have some flexibility with the 6 million because if, we won't transfer it if it's not available. So on the highlights for the water and wastewater fund, we did talk about 10 positions being removed. 6 positions were transferred to general fund. 4 positions were actually removed. They also had third-party contracts that were reviewed and certain amounts reduced. And then we have the new expenditures for the wastewater treatment plant at Wilbarger that will be opening in fiscal 27, and also the additional expenditures that we have with the expansion of the water treatment plant.
Can I ask real quick? I think at this point we are staffed up for the new facilities,
Yeah, that was my
correct?
question.
We actually
part of this
added,
year's budget?
yes, those staff were added in 26
Yeah, okay.
to get them trained and,
Yeah.
get them
So
on.
they've been hired even though because it was the water treatment plant was the one that was gonna be, because the wastewater was always gonna be in 27, correct, to be open?
There were 14 positions added in fiscal 26. I'd
So-
have to phone a friend if they're all filled.
Because the opening, excuse me, was delayed 6 months.
The expectations, what you're
So I don't think, they were
So-
not all of those positions were funded for a full, they weren't funded for the full fiscal 26.
Yes.
They were tiered depending on what the position was. So some of them might have started at the beginning of the fiscal year. Some of them may not have started till like January in the actual budget.
But that was for a projected opening in April and May, and now that it's 6 months later, we still hired people even with the 6-month delay in opening.
You still need them trained on that plant. They'll start training on that plant before it ever opens.
Did we delay the hiring based on the delayed opening, or did we hire them at the original time, even though it was delayed?
Really gonna have to,
It's-
I really don't know exactly.
Just trying to make
That
sure that
answer? Yep,
if we saw the delay coming, we didn't need to hire them straight away, but we still needed to get them hired in advance so that they were
Right.
trained and
Right.
familiar with the equipment.
So for the record, Matt Rector, Director of Utilities and Development Engineering. The majority of those positions are actually for the new wastewater treatment plant. And that was, it's a little bit delayed, but it's pretty close to the regular schedule. And they were tiered in, not because of the delay to the opening, but because of just the way that the budget was laid out last year. Is we had some salary savings in there, so we brought people on. And then as we start commissioning the systems and doing startup, and we've got the actual manufacturers coming in to show us they're starting everything up and how the guys are out there with them so that they're seeing it from the ground up so that
They know where everything
we
is.
know
and
where
they how
everything
it was
is,
put
all the
together.
buttons, bells, all that stuff.
Now, from a water treatment plant perspective, how many new staff did we have allocated for that?
I also would have to phone a friend on the breakdown of those extra positions. I
I
don't know
don't
exactly.
remember very many on the water
I think
side.
it was-
The majority of them were the wastewater.
Y'all need to start having crib sheets. Do they call them crib sheets anymore?
There might have been a few on the water side,
Y'all
but the
have
majority
three
of the new
chairs.
positions were the
Bring some
wastewater, I
more
do know
folks
that.
So
I'm
Robbie
sorry, I
Craig,
couldn't
People
hear
Culture
you.
Director, we have them split up into these departments.
Like in school.
My memory serves me that there was like 12 for the the wastewater treatment plant and like 2 for
And
the
only 2
Right.
for water.
Yeah, there wasn't as many on the water
And-
side.
In FY '26, we added 9 to the central wastewater treatment plant. We added 2 to wastewater collection, 1 to water distribution, 1 to water treatment. So
Okay,
that team fell in a couple different buckets.
perfect.
They were all filled. Obviously, you have turnover throughout the year. People even change positions within the city. So there are a couple vacancies in those, but we did that initial filling and now we've had a few people move around.
So those 9 that we added to the central plant will not stay at the central plant. We will split up that team of 18 to be between the 2 plants.
So let's be clear, they're not just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They're actually getting hands-on and doing stuff.
And the
If-
wastewater
If
plant's
they're not
delayed like
actually
the water
out
plant.
there training at the new plant, they are helping us run the existing plant.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good to know.
That's all I need.
Thank you.
Solid waste fund is pretty straightforward. We usually try to keep this fund with a net change, so revenue balances with expenditures.
We were able to hold the solid waste contract
Right.
steady for the next few years, correct?
Right. Yeah, so there's no
That was
change
a
in the
big
rates.
win this year.
Correct. The VERF fund, vehicle equipment and replacement fund, so we do have transfers in, 1.6 from the general fund and 561 from the water and wastewater fund. The replacements break out, general fund, non-police, there's 10, 15 police, and then on the water and wastewater fund, there is 10 replacements.
What is the criteria for determining when a vehicle is ready for replacement?
So there is a policy. I don't have it memorized, but I know that there's a lot of factors that go into determining whether that vehicle should be on the replacement list. It's the responsibility of the fleet department to review those lists. And not every vehicle that's marked as being replaced that year will be replaced that year. It just depends on the mileage, how much maintenance we have on it. I mean, if you have one it may not even have as much mileage, but it's got a lot of maintenance, then we may determine that it needs to be replaced sooner. We do have enterprise. We are not adding, so we're letting the ones that we are leasing, go through their lease and expire, but we are we do still have a good bit of
We're
leased
turning in the
vehicles.
leases when they're done and
We are.
replacing them with owned
If it
vehicles.
makes sense to buy them at the time the lease ends, like we had one this year that was like $4,000, buy the vehicle, we could keep it another 4 or 5 years. It just made sense to do so. So those are being evaluated by vehicle.
So just for me to better understand, we actually have a policy regarding
We
the
do.
maintenance and usage of vehicles and their end of life, as opposed to back in the day when council members would literally go out and give their own assessment whether or not a vehicle was in still good
Yes,
usage
we
or
have a
not.
policy.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
I
Okay.
believe I saw.
They actually have a form that they like rate the
figure out if you're
rate the
joking or not.
vehicle.
Oh, Doug knows I'm not joking.
I remember.
Doug knows I'm not joking.
I remember, door handle repairs done with a 2x4. But
One last thing on the
We've gotten
vehicles.
much
There's
further
a council member out there who may remember this.
Okay, Jonathan.
I recall, and just so that we all know this, I saw in there somewhere, I think there is a policy change or some staffing movement to move us to more of a proactive repair for equipment and vehicles, I believe, and more frequent inspections and checks that I saw in there that I thought was really smart of
That's
that
prudent.
department.
All right, so on PCDC, this is the budget that was proposed. This budget was approved by their board July 15th. The non-operating expenditures of $2 million, I've got that covered on this slide. So their assumptions are the same on sales tax, of course, 0% growth. We do have the 2.1 built in for the recreation funding. There was a little bit of an increase in economic incentives just based on some new agreements this year. The capital expenditures, I believe it was $1 million for Nexus, and then there was $500,000 for each innovation and wet lab opportunities. The budget does include policies, so I just wanted to point out a few changes in the financial management. So the financial management policy, I know last year and the year before there were some budget statements in the budget book. We've actually created a full management policy, which that full policy is included in this proposed budget. So there's no red line version because it's all new. The purchasing policy has a few red line items in it. We added some language on sustainable procurement, and we also added definition for protest period for bidders because we realized our policy didn't include this and we needed to make sure that we had that in the policy. The investment policy will come back to you on August 25th for its annual review.
I presume that running past these policy changes, you ran all of those past our new internal legal staff so that they could make sure that we're complying with everything?
I don't think he looked at our financial management policy. It doesn't have a lot of legal language in it. The purchasing policy, we changed only a few things.
I just, I want to remind you, we've got more access to legal services on a regular basis than we had this time last year.
He can't wait. He can't wait to read them.
Please keep that in mind.
Just looking forward, what we have left with the process, on August 25th, we will have a public hearing on the budget. And September 8th, we will have a public hearing on the tax rate, and we will have first and final reading on the budget and the tax rate. That is the end of my budget.
Tracy, thank you so much for that.
Budget
That was
presentation.
very comprehensive. Lots of slides. I want to ask council, do you have any other questions that you didn't ask throughout the presentation?
I think I got most of them answered. I did want to also thank you for further improving our already award-winning yearly budget book. Looks like you're probably going after that award again this year.
Always.
The additional summaries and fun breakouts was really useful as I was reviewing it. So appreciate all.
I think we will always look to improve the document.
a little bit better every time.
Well, I was just going to say that, so I'll just say ditto.
Ditto.
All right.
Okay.
With that, we will move to item 3B. 3B is discussion regarding water and wastewater rate study recommendations.
Some of these are the same slides. We will try to move quickly and highlight the changes that have been made since the last time this was presented, though it was presented after 1 a.m. that morning. So there was a lot of council objectives that we discussed with the rate consultants as they went through this process. And so equity, affordability, and preparedness on our side was some of the highlights that they were looking at. They did look at our current structure, and I do have gleaning some information on what they considered when they decided to go with the structure that they went with. Our base changes on the water charges did not change. The rates will change, and you will see that in a future slide, but the structure itself did not change. What did change was the volume charges, going from a tiered rate based on usage to a tiered rate based on customer class. On the wastewater side was probably the more significant change because the base charge went from a single charge for all meters to a base charge for meter size. The main thing I want to point out on this with step 4 is develop a rate structure that recovers the allocated costs from each customer class. So the utility rate consultant really dug into how our costs are allocated and made sure that they were being allocated fairly, and that then the rates were covering those costs that had been allocated. That being said, I did get an email I can share with y'all in the weekly. They provided quite a bit of information on the different types of rate structures that are out there and why they didn't consider other rate structures and considered the one that they went with. And it would take me a hot minute to read all of this, but they provided me with some great material, and so I can share that in the weekly so that you would have that at your fingertips if that is okay.
Sounds great.
This is a very simplified version of the revenue requirements. There's a lot that goes into how we get to these numbers, but this is what they ended up with to determine the increases that we're going to need to happen over the next several years. Want to point out that even though we always look 5 years ahead, we are evaluating these every single year because estimates can change, factors can change, growth can change, and so we're always looking back and reevaluating each year before we step out with rate increases.
Tracy, who's our consultant for this?
Baker Tilly.
So I have a question. What revenue growth are we projecting in those 5-year rates? Like what percentage per year are we projecting for water rates and wastewater rate growth for new revenue?
I would have to look in their model because I don't think what I pulled has that on here. But it's in their study. And actually, once we get past the draft stage and we settle on the rate changes, you will get a complete document that has everything in it. They were just waiting to issue the final report until we kind of got through any changes that needed to be made up to that point.
But it'll have those projections she's asking for?
It should, yes.
And then when is that the consultant proposing the rate changes, or is that staff giving them, this is what we think is going to be the revenue growth or customer growth over the next 5 years?
Yeah, no, we did not give them that.
Okay, so that they're calculating that. And then my follow-up question for them would be, what are they using to develop those growth rates, and have they cross-referenced them to our actual growth rates over the past few years?
Okay.
Well, yes, so my goal is we have plans that say we have certain rates, and then we have the finance department that's going to actually put what's in, they think we're going to actually collect in the budget, and I want to make sure that those align.
Yes. Yes, we will get that for you. This is something that y'all had asked for of the consultant, and one of the things that it does point out, if you kind of look at the distribution, Melody, I believe, or Doug, I can't remember who asked for this, but it does highlight that if you look at the middle, if you're looking at customers that range between the 5,000 and the 8,000, it's pretty consistent over the months. We do have some better slides. We did break out our lower users, average user, and high user. So based on current rates versus the proposed rates, this is kind of how a lower user would lay out. So even though I know we gave you a snapshot of a rate, this is looking at a 12-month actual of consumptions, and the 27 stays at the below the 26 the whole time. When you get into the average user, you do have a few spikes throughout the year, but then you have other months that are lower. So on average, I think it averages out. And then on the higher user, yes, these new rates are going to be higher for that higher user pretty much all year
There's a
round.
significant percentage of people in that higher user category. Was
So-
I looking at that correctly in the previous slide?
About 23%.
So let me get to this, because if you look at, like, they broke it down by monthly usage,
That's the
up to 8,000, we have 77% of our residential customers, 8,000 or less.
So I want to make sure we hit on this. This is different from what you saw last time. So part of what we did is we tried to spread the savings further down into the tiers, right? So before you saw an 8,000 gallon user would see a pretty significant increase, but now you're saying is that 8,000 or less, you're going to see either no increase or a significant decrease. So that's a big change from last time. And Tracy just mentioned if you're in that 8,000 or less, that's 3/4 of our customers. So
Yes.
3/4 of our customers, no increase or a decrease.
residential and commercial, or
This is
residential?
This
residential.
is residential.
I know, but I'm just concerned about that 1/4 that is overused.
When you get over that,
consistently.
it's definitely going to be
Yeah. And 7% isn't
encouraging to not.
Yeah,
Right.
that's your conservation signal.
And let's be real. I mean, part of the conversation, which we've said, and what we're doing that, which sucks for the current customers, is that some HOAs require for your lawn care to be what it is, and you get fined for that. We
Well,
have no control over
No
that.
longer because the legislature
That's
said you
the-
can't do that.
Legislature
They're not
gives
allowed
them
to do that
ability to
anymore.
zero-scape.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Zero-scaping needs to be a new reality for everybody moving forward, just because of honestly what our water needs are,
And we do have rebate programs that encourage people to do that.
which we've had for a long time.
But if we have too much conservation, then we don't have enough revenue.
There's a, yeah, it's a juggling act.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. So my other question that I've thought before, and people ask me, average billing. So like me personally, like electricity and gas, I have average billing. So then the months that they spike aren't so painful. So there's not such that jump. So, and I know that I've asked in the previous years why we're not able to do that. And I'm not sure, I don't recall the answer, whether it was a software issue or if it was some other reason. But can you enlighten us on that policy and whether that's an option?
That's the first time it's been brought up here.
Oh, okay.
I have done average billing before. It's an option. We would need to check and see if our software can do it. I would be surprised if it couldn't. It's just an offering. So it could be something that we could offer. But I do need to get with my utility billing
That's nice.
people that understand the software much more than I do.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I would be surprised if it didn't offer that.
Because I think that would, we have to do some things that we have to do because of our debt requirements and our operating requirements. But
Right.
if there's a way to, even out
Yes.
the monthly bill, so your summer, it doesn't go to $400 all
Right.
of a sudden, because you get a leak that you didn't know about until the next day or whatever.
We can look into that. Yeah.
So I think that would be a great option for people who wanted to have more consistency in their bills.
Right. Yep. Someone back there is taking notes,
Thank you.
and we can look into that. So this is just kind of comparing the current bill to the proposed rate structure, and just showing for the residents, they're seeing some relief. Apartments, and we have a slide for that that's pretty much doubling, and it's mainly on the wastewater calculation side and commercial. Each one of our average fast food or big box, they're going to see an increase, and it's mainly on the adjustment to the wastewater side.
I really like the reduction to the residential low users. That's going to really be beneficial, especially for our friends who are on fixed incomes.
Yes.
And I do like the change in the proposed rate for the apartments. Apartment dwellers will still be paying less than the average residential low user, but
I think
the
they're
degree of subsidy will be much less.
basically, what we're going from, which was a huge variance, to getting everybody a little bit more in line, still below a resident, which
And I think
makes sense, but
if this goes forward, we need to make sure that we have very good communication about this so that people
Yes.
understand what's happening. But
so I know the communication department is already starting to put some information out there, but we will communicate with the commercials and the apartments because those are the ones that are going to be mostly affected. So we will target emails and calls to make sure that they are paying attention
But I guess
and
you're
not
also wanting
surprised
to
when they
use
get that
to
first bill.
the other folks too.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
whole thing. But I mean, obviously, the people who are going to have an increase are going to be much more vocal than the people who have a decrease. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact is that our previous rate structure wasn't equitable in wastewater based on usage,
Correct.
and so I still haven't gotten an answer about why that was. Just that a prior rate consultant recommended that. That, because I always wondered, why is the wastewater so much higher per month when we have more customers
Customers on
to
the
split,
water, yeah.
and there, the cost that we were adding wasn't more than, and so I guess it was partly because the way that we were slicing up the pie.
Well, I
And-
think
And I'll be curious. I'll have questions for you when we get to the wastewater rates in 3 slides. But can you take us through this one, because this is new
This is new.
that I'm seeing here, and I'm really excited about it because the last time we were presented, it was one flat consumption rate, and this does take into account that our average user doesn't typically exceed that 8,000 gallons, and so
Right.
we're focusing on
Right.
ensuring that our average user comes out ahead. I did the math on the slide a couple slides back where you had all the rates for low, average, and high users,
Right.
and it does look like low users save, and I wanted to add it up over the year, right? Low users save about $450 per year. Average users are pretty much flat.
Yeah.
And then high users are paying more. So those low users, there's definitely an incentive to be in that category.
Right. Yeah, so we did add a tier to this. We heard you, and this is the change that was made.
Well, and I want to make sure we say this loudly. This was an example of the city council and staff listening to feedback and coming up with a solution, for our citizens from that as well. And I think that some of the things I've been hearing about is the lack of flexibility and hearing from this council. And I think the reality situation is that we get it. We understand that. And I think it speaks volumes about the mayor, speaks much as the council, speaks volumes most especially about staff, that we want to get it right. I mean, what you just said something to me that just popped up in my head and made me think about, you're right. You got the question like, wait a minute. So a consultant said something, so this is what we did? Yeah, that's probably exactly what happened here. from that. And now we've gotten better information and better advice on that. So consequently, we have a better structure in place. I don't think anyone's ever going to pretend to be perfect. Instead, they're going to try to go ahead and work toward that and try to see what they can do.
Well, and just real quick, that structure works well for a lot of jurisdictions. We are now at the point where it just didn't work well for us anymore. So you do the rate studies in a cadence because we had so much debt and new capital that we have to continue to look at our rate structure and make adjustments as needed. And so
We've also added a
what
lot of
worked 5 years ago,
studies done.
it probably worked
that's
fine
probably
5 years ago, but
smaller piece of the
it just
pie.
doesn't work anymore.
Yes, I think that was
addition to
important, because I have noted that before as our ratio of single family versus multifamily has changed,
Yes.
in 2020.
Significantly.
It was like, from what I have seen, it was 80% and 20% multifamily. And then in just 4 years, we went from 70% to 30%. So adding that change, not only does it affect if it's just one connection and they have one, it was basically a 300 apartment
Right.
was taking $65 and they were
Yes.
getting charged 22 cents.
So we've moved to the wastewater conversation that you haven't even presented yet.
Oh,
Could
sorry.
you get us there?
I added the
I
slide.
am curious how many 12-inch meters we actually have
Yeah.
in town for the
Yes.
water
Oh,
rates. That's
Lord.
I
it.
think it said one.
I know we have one.
We have one.
I
Okay.
don't know if there's two. I know there's one.
But they're going to see a significant base rate change. But I
So,
imagine with a 12-inch meter,
On
they
the
use
water
a lot.
side, they're actually going to see a decrease. But yes, they're going to see an increase on the wastewater
So,
side.
so on your next slide, where we get to these wastewater rates, I'm curious. The proposal, obviously taking this down to a lower base charge, but a higher volumetric charge. On your next slide, you show a couple things here, and you show that it's phased based on, or it's rated based on the meter size, and that's the water meter size.
Correct.
Right? We don't have a meter measuring stuff going out of the house.
Right.
But I'm curious, on the wholesale, that's rated on an LUE basis. So I'm curious why we wouldn't rate our usage instead of on meter size on
So-
LUEs.
We
Do we not have that data?
we have the data. We cannot really change that wholesale rate.
Not related to the wholesale rate,
Based
but
on our
instead
contracts.
of our base rate based on the water meter size, why would we not base that on LUEs?
Because we are under very strict contracts for the wholesale.
I'm not talking about wholesale.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking. So the person with the 8-inch meter, we now
Okay.
have them at a $6,400.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we calculate that instead of based on the meter size, based on the number of LUEs that they're serving?
I believe that the math, when you figure out what the 5/8 meter is, it is all converted by LUEs.
So it's
So it is a
essentially
conversion
linear
table that basically says an 8-inch meter is so many
is X number
LUEs,
of
and they
LUEs.
multiply it by the.
Okay.
It is actually a conversion table that builds out
Alright.
these rates.
All right, and then going back to your comments about wholesale, we have strict contracts.
Yeah.
When are those negotiable?
Many years from now. Like, do you remember
Did-
20, 30?
I thought we had
2036, I
The
think, maybe.
wholesale wastewater-
Pull that out of the air.
the 4167.
It's years from now. It's
I
10 years
thought
off.
that was contracted in a way that we could increase that based on actual cost.
They will not allow us to put capital in there.
Okay.
So
By
if I'm,
A, you mean
The agreements that we
okay.
which,
are under.
which agreements you were talking about? The WIFIA?
Lakeside. No.
No. This is
The
With
negotiated
our
agreements.
negotiated agreements with the various MUDs.
Yes.
it's the mud conversation that we had many years ago.
All right.
Which was already supposed to be above and beyond, but I don't know, I guess those others. In addition to that, we also have maintenance in those contracts, don't we? Not just usage charges.
We did. No,
we
you
should,
did.
We should take a look at those.
Some
monies.
of them
we
do.
did.
They're all different.
All right.
We have so many.
We did
we
have maintenance,
a handful.
and then some people took us up on it, and some people didn't. It'd probably
Some
be good
people
to
are complaining about that now.
I still had a
they
question.
made their
On
bed.
the wastewater, because I've gotten this question from wastewater customers who are not city water customers. You have no usage. And so I've heard from some of those that are single person households that are being charged a much higher rate at like the city average. So what sort of policy or opportunity do we have to allow them to submit or appeal that if they're just given a rate regardless of what their actual usage is?
So we do use the average.
And what is
because
the average?
the average is when we do the winter averaging process in March.
Roughly 4,500
We actually,
gallons.
yes, we actually calculate a city winter average based on the information we have. The problem with the citizens that are not in our water district is that we don't have their water information. So therefore, we can't try to figure out, it would be very difficult to customize all of those people. I mean, our own citizens, we have their water usage, we have their, I don't know that you want us to do it on a one-to-one basis for every customer. That would be very difficult. What we do is use the winter average that we calculate that's across the city.
So I guess when I think about usage, I think a lot of it is determined possibly by the number of people in your household. Obviously, landscaping is, so I'm just wondering if we could have a more equitable structure where if, a family of 4 is at 4,500, but a family of 1 or 2 is lower.
But how would we know that information?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a hard thing to
I'm
do
not sure
because
how we would
I think
get
it'd be
that
easier for us to
information.
take over retail operations. Which would be, I'm assuming the folks who are in our wastewater CCN but not our water CCN, that's going to be Manville and Aqua.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
she's talking
We
smack about me.
we also have a bit of, we've requested the data from, I believe, Manville. We're now under a contract with Manville that everything we request comes with a price. So, I mean, there's
We
also
could
that.
have them deliver individual customers.
Well, I don't
water
think you
usage.
would want to do it on an individual basis. So we either request all the information and run it that way, or continue to use the city average.
That seems like what we're doing is the most fair given the situation.
And then my final question on the wastewater rate schedule. So it does look like we're going down in phase 1 for 2027, but there are large increases in the base fee in phase 2 and phase 3. So we'll eventually, in a couple of years, end up similar to the base fee that we had last year, I guess.
But I would say this: there's no but, and I'd say this. We knew this was maybe 2 years ago. We talked about that. We were like, okay, y'all, this is the cliff. This is the reality of what's going to have to be paid. To go ahead and fund this. What are we looking for that? And we keep pushing it off as best we can to make sure that we compete and consider the economic conditions right now. At some point, the piper's going to be paid on that, which I understand. But we had that conversation years ago about, hey, listen, let's see what we can do. And I give staff a lot of credit. It's probably last year or the year before when you came back and you're like, okay, listen, let's see what we can do right now.
Yeah.
How do we manage that? How do we help go ahead and prioritize and help our citizens right now regarding that? And you continue to work that way, which I think is pretty critical.
Yeah, we'll continue to look at them every year and
Yeah.
see if we can make any kind of adjustment.
Which is what you said at the beginning of this whole conversation. You said we look 5 years, but we always look annually about where rates are.
Because to your point, we don't know what the impact of changing the rates will do to usage, right? You might see your lower tiers start to use more. You might see the higher tiers use less. So we have to evaluate these annually to see if we need to make adjustments.
But Melody said she wants a lot of people to be penalized. So we'll see what happens.
Noted.
So I do want
Is that what you
to,
heard?
Is that what I said?
from this particular presentation, I do want to walk
2
away
showers a
with
day, everybody.
some understanding that we're generally in agreement with what the rate consultant has recommended. If so, I will have them finalize the reports so that we can provide those to you. They were planning on being here for August 25th meeting, so they would be able to address more specifically some of the technical questions in the rate model.
Yeah, I think that would be great. This is the V2 here. I think is just night and day from the original proposal. So I think this was great, quick work to come up with something that is substantially more equitable than what we have today, and even in the first proposal that we saw. So,
Okay.
Much more in line with what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I appreciate you taking
Well, we
the effort
will-
to get to this point.
Bring back the final versions then.
Yeah,
So-
I really like.
Any other tweaks to this before she goes back to the rate consultant?
I just
Can,
want to
can you make it lower? That's always the question, but we've got it.
Absolutely.
I think with the change in the tiers, which I'm very happy to see that, like your basic water needs of 8,000 gallons and less are at a more reasonable rate, and then those that choose or have needs for higher pay that premium for having higher, and perhaps different choices will be made. But I think just basic living is much better captured with the two tier. But then my question then is, we just still have the one tier for wastewater, so versus having two tiers. So just wondering the rationale for not also going, I mean, obviously it makes it more complicated, but for not going to two tiers for wastewater for the same reason.
I would assume that we do a single tier for wastewater because that's net water that's not being consumed in the house.
Right.
That's-
Yeah, I would let them address that, but yes,
They're going to be here.
yes.
That'll be good.
We can let them know.
Yeah.
It might be
Sure will.
that there's an adjustment that can be made for wastewater for apartments.
What was the question?
There might be an adjustment that could be made for wastewater for apartments that doesn't seem to be in what we've got here currently.
Well,
It might be-
if we assume that the apartment complex has a meter for usage and a meter for landscaping, the entirety
Right,
of
they're not
the
gonna be
usage-
charged the wastewater on the irrigation meter anyway.
Yeah.
It's just the household meters.
Is that the standard case where there's a separate meter?
Usually, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we
Especially
have that for our HOA
especially
as
for
well.
commercial.
And the whole purpose of winter averaging is to make sure that you're not charging them for water that's
The
going on the
residential,
lawn.
Yeah.
yes.
You mean clean
That's-
water that
that's
we just
good.
pour on
Yeah.
there?
Well, and it's true, apartment dwellers don't generally.
So they're not watering their lawns, not unless they've got that irrigation
That's
meter.
what I
But,
hear.
That's right.
Tracy, I appreciate it. Is that your final slide?
That's it.
The only
So-
thing I would add, Mayor, is that Mike, can you make sure that you circulate with us the lakeside mud contracts, because I think some people need to see the interesting terms.
We should refresh our memory on those.
Yeah.
And Tracy, thank you very much for the excellent mid-course correction.
You're welcome.
So we're less than 2 months from when this could take effect on October 1. I would love to have some confidence to be able to say these are the proposed rate. Y'all haven't approved the master fee schedule, which
Right.
this will be included in that. But I would love to be able to start communicating now and give people close to 2 months a heads up. So we got criticized for that last time, right? Like we adopted in September and we went boom 2 weeks later on the new rates. So do I have support to start publicizing these new rates?
I would encourage that.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Get it done.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
these
you.
aren't they're not final adopted, but this
These are
looks like
proposed.
where we're heading.
Yeah.
Get you ready for it.
Just good for
And
me.
also for our amazing marketing communications team also to keep doing what they're doing to make sure this information gets out. This is really fabulous.
All right. Thank you, Tracy. That's going to take us to item 3C. This is discussion regarding bond proposition language. I do have two individuals who have signed up to provide public comment. I'm going to call forward at this time Les Wall. You will have, I think I'm supposed to read this thing. Give me a moment. A member of the public may address City Council regarding an item on the agenda. Comments must be relevant to the agenda item. Citizens wishing to speak during a work session shall submit a completed speaker request form before the work session begins. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Les, I just wanted to make sure you were aware, and I know you are, that you got 3 minutes to speak.
I got 3 minutes, yeah.
We'd love to hear from you.
And when the buzzer goes off, I'll stop.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, I know the bond survey that we had for 3 days, from the 6th to the 9th, I hope we get to hear what the results of that were. The first survey got 357 surveys over a span of several weeks. And for 3 days, I'll be interested to see what we get on that one. I know when it was initially proposed, one of the comments was, well, it's only $15 a month. Let me speak from a perspective of a retiree on a fixed income. It's only $15 a month. And at the end, I do have a feedback for that. I do have a comeback for that. But so we get our notice from Medicare, which I'm only raising is $20 a month, my wife and I. Then we get our supplemental insurance. Oh, we're only raising you $25 a month each. Then we get our prescription. Oh, we're only raising you $15 a month. Then we get our cable bill. We're raising you $25 a month. We get our internet bill. We're raising you $10 a month. We're getting our cell phone bill. We're raising you $9.95 a month. Then we get our car insurance. Oh, we're raising you $45 a month because cars are too expensive to repair. Then we get house insurance. Boom, here we go again. So by the time we get done, we've had third parties dip $300 to $400 out of our pocket. Social Security comes along and says, here's $70, be happy. I already know individuals that are struggling. Do I buy my blood pressure medication or do I pay one of these bills? That's a tough situation for retirees to be in. And when it comes to specific bonds, and I have been in downtown Pflugerville at night and during the daytime, and I have never had a problem finding a parking place. Granted, my knees and my hips aren't what they once were, but I can still functionally walk. My wife walks with a cane. We can get around downtown Pflugerville without needing new parking facilities. So bottom line of it is, we don't fully understand why we need all of the information or all the bonds that are being presented, especially if the new dog kennel center is going to be tear the rec center down. That's a problem. The seniors are under the impression that that rec center is going to be a senior center. Where we got that impression, I cannot tell you because I didn't start it, but that's what I'm hearing from the seniors that we socialize with. So if that is the ultimate plan, that's going to probably create an issue. But as far as the bonds go, and based upon our fixed income and based on whether the projects we think are 100% needed for us and the community, we're voting no. So from that standpoint, I hope you take that from a perspective of a retiree. We don't get our 8% medical covered by our employer. We are our employer now on Medicare. Also, we don't usually get a 3% pay raise. The government's, I can go off on a tangent about inflation, but long story made short, we don't get those kind of raises to cover what these additional fees are and costs are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Les. And just to address one of the items you mentioned, over 500 responses to that short survey.
Thank you.
So that will hopefully provide some good information. The other person signed up to speak on this item is a Mr. Jim McDonald.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
Complete stranger.
Doesn't even bother to wear pants.
I dressed up, look. Got a t-shirt. Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on this upcoming bond discussion. I went through there and looked at it, and if I get the measures out of order, please forgive me. I believe Measure A, we're looking at about $60 million for parks. Specifically, I think it is Phase 3 to the 1849 park, and a park added to the historic colored edition named Reunion Park. I have a hard time. I mean, I'm a big supporter of all three of these bonds, but my big issue right now is timing. I believe that Phase 2 still has of the 1849 park in terms of, I think Phase 2 is building the football fields and
Completed.
the stands and some game.
Baseball.
Is the baseball?
Yeah.
I don't believe we've completed all of those. We have.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just
look
haven't
at that.
opened it.
Just,
All right. Well, my thought was that we had work to do there. So if we don't, then maybe I'm still for this. But I'm still questioning whether or not now is the time to putting it out on a bond election. I think that especially getting the new rate utility schedule out there and letting citizens know that we're committed to helping affordability issues in town, rather than throwing out new parks projects, it might be a mistake for this particular bond. Measure B, I believe, is the $5 million for downtown parking. Having a business downtown, I appreciate the focus on parking issues, but I'm not sure that we need it at this time. And the reason I say that isn't because, yes, there are nights when there's no parking, people park in the residences, especially across Con Street. But we've got a brand new parking garage down there that we don't know if that's going to be filled to capacity, especially later into the evening when we might need more downtown parking. It seems like what we really need is just a solution, a last mile solution to get people to park in the parking garage and convey them across the bridge to the old downtown area. And then finally, the animal shelter. I know the animal shelter is a huge part of a lot of the fundraising that I've done over the years for the Friends of the Pflugerville Animal Shelter, and I know that we desperately need a new animal shelter. I question this particular bond project in terms of, one, the location of the rec center. We had a bond committee that looked at bonds for the new rec center, and part of that, the outcome of that was that we would wait a year after the new rec center had opened to do a gap study to determine what usage we might have missed in the new rec center so that we could retrofit the old rec center for that. If after we completed that gap study that we found there were no gaps, then perhaps maybe the best thing to do is to knock it down and use that property for something else. But I still think that there's a lot of usable value. I haven't seen any sort of infestation and whatnot issues like we have at the animal shelter, and I'm unconvinced that we need to raise that building. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate y'all's counsel.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. With that, we'll move into our presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as Trista gets our slides pulled up for this, for the work session, we'll focus on the animal shelter component of the bond. We've been listening hard, and as you all know, we've been putting a lot of Band-Aids on our current animal shelter. And so with me tonight, we had our phone a friends join at the table, so I'll lead you through that, but certainly have our experts with me tonight for this. And so just a brief bit of history, and as we kind of walked through this with the facilities subcommittee last week, and we actually met with them twice, and so tried to really provide some options, because we do try really hard to listen to you all and to the community about our current facilities and where these could go. And just like you heard for the public comment about, is the rec center site the best option for this? And so we've got a couple of options we wanted to share with council as we move forward to looking to your action later this evening for a potential bond election. And so the animal shelter history, as you all know, in 2014, council didn't put it on a bond. In 2015, they voted to do that, and that measure failed. Since then, we've been working on some different scenarios out at the animal shelter, which included a dog intake building, which was at the time termed phase 1, but that was not furthered into phase 2 in the future. And so you all have visited the animal shelter and know those conditions need to be improved for our staff as well as the animals that they care for. This is a picture of the current facility. Some locations we'll talk about tonight are at Lake Pflugerville, both east and west sides. We'll show you those locations. The current location, the rec center location, which was our initial proposal, as well as a small tract on Fennig Lane, which we've identified. All of these are properties that are owned by the city, so there's no land acquisition costs related to them.
What about downtown east?
We did not consider downtown east as we looked to the metrics for encouraging revenue streams into the TERS and the financial downtown components for that. It is property we own, if that's something the council would like to consider. We just did not dig into that last week. The first option, which was an option considered several years ago in that early measure in 2015, was a property located the foot at the dam, parking at the east side of Lake Pflugerville. It's located on Weiss Lane. It's approximately about 5 acres. We anticipate that the cost would be about $18 million. That's based on the renderings we have currently estimated for the rec center tract that was done through some facility analysis with Park Hill last year. There are some limitations to this property because it's located next to the dam and some floodplain. Here's some just general pros and cons, though. It is proximity to Pflugerville Parkway as well as Weiss. There's a huge benefit, and Rhonda can certainly speak more to the benefit of showing off and having the access to parks facilities with the animals being able to walk them on trails and then hopefully getting some people to adopt them. Some of the considerations are the North Shore parking can be full for lake activities, for park activities, and so we'll take a look at that. And
On that option, I'm curious. You mentioned the restricted future expansion. Do you believe that what you can build out there will satisfy the ultimate needs of the community, or would building here ultimately either have to be moved or an additional annex built at a different location?
here we are limited. We think we would have to do potentially a different annex.
We would need additional elsewhere in the future,
right,
as we continue to grow.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe anywhere we build, we're being told, or at least the facilities committees were told that we will eventually have to build out again.
Correct.
I
On
just
this
want to know if we
particular
can add on
property,
to where we build versus have to purchase or find
Somewhere
additional
else.
land
Find
and
another
have two
parcel.
separate facilities.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of two separate facilities.
Emily, how far out are we saying then?
So this is all in about a week and a half worth of work. So we don't have a lot of engineering or architectural work to do to this.
It's okay.
So as we get towards that, if the council decides that yes, we know we need a new animal shelter, we'd like it on this site, we will then engage. And assuming it passes the bond, we then engage that design team to really fit this. What you're seeing here is that schematic that was done for the rec center site. Would this actually fit here? This would fit here. Is it ideal for this location? Probably not.
Okay.
We think that we might be limited in future expansion for the long-term needs of the community at this location. But just to note, we have not done the schematics or design for this location.
next?
Just it's kind of a test fit here.
But we're talking about eventually we're going to need a larger facility. We've also been talking about that with the library. But one of the ideas that we've come up with for the library is we might have a library on the west side of town and a library on the east side of town. Is there any reason why we wouldn't be able to do something similar with an animal shelter, one on the east side of town, one on the west side of town?
It's just more expensive.
We could, but I don't see much value. I don't think that's a resource that our citizens are using on a regular basis. It's a dedicated, intentional visit that they're making. It's not necessarily a convenience of having multiple locations that would justify the additional expense.
And the M&O that would go with it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about Austin's animal shelter, which is right down there by Austin High, by Town Lake. If you live in far south Austin or far north Austin, it is a tremendous pain to go to that animal shelter. Frankly, I think Austin would get more animals adopted if they had, instead of one central location, if they had one north and one south. I'm not sure that we're that different. Maybe it's just that we're small enough that it doesn't matter.
Could you take us to the next option?
I sure could. And I would just note that the next option also located, this is just on the west side of the lake. The location at the lake really does place it in kind of central Pflugerville and build out. If you consider that conversation from 973 to kind of Grand Avenue. So the lake really does fit a central location. So this location is property we own. It was also acquired when we acquired the lake. And so it's located on the Becker Farms. It's approximately 6 acres of developable property. Again, it's about that approximate cost around $18.8 million. Some utilities would need to be extended for this location, but there is expansion opportunities here because it is a larger parcel, and then there's also potential for future purchase to the north if desired. Here you see the blue really articulates that the floodplain. You kind of saw it on the previous slide with the water, so that rectangle there is the area that's developable. Animal shelter could easily be incorporated into the parks and trails at this particular location. Again, also great access to Pflugerville Parkway here as well.
You say great access, you do have to cross that street. That street is
to Pflugerville,
Becker Farms.
To Becker Farms,
yeah.
yes.
The other lake location, no street
To tie the
crossings, right?
trails.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
sir.
just have to climb a hill.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Here is the existing location. There's about 2 acres of developable space here. The estimated cost for additional structures on this property was around $16.6. We do think that was a little bit low based on other projects that are under construction in Texas for animal shelters. And so we do think it'd still be around 18.8. The 19.75 million you see there was an estimate if we were to extend a bridge from Pecan south to the animal shelter site. The red line you see on there is an approximate location of floodplain. Everything north of that red line is floodplain. That's what makes, in addition to all the other challenges, makes this property more challenging to construct on. So there is significant floodplain. The access to it, as you all know, is through a neighborhood. We are uncertain of the underground infrastructure because of the history of this property, and it's immediately adjacent to a neighborhood. And you can see Gatlinburg there that wraps it on the west and south side.
So do we have the information about what council's plans were for phase 2?
We found nothing. We just found references to that it was stated there would be a phase 2, but we didn't find documents that said what phase 2 would have been after that, the animal intake building.
Okay, so then the design done for $175,000 for the quorum back then was just for the one intake building and didn't include anything for the rest of the property?
That's my understanding. Option 4 was the rec center site, which you have all seen. This is the current facility would, in this proposal, be removed. As the speaker, Mr. McDonald, spoke about earlier, we did have a committee that looked at this facility when we were programming for the Monarch. And so there are other uses that could go here. It was of the right size and connection to the park system that also made it ideal for an animal shelter. We do also think the lake options are really good options for this facility as well, should council choose that.
That looks like the same capacity as the lake location that was future constrained.
We had this schematic done for this location, so we were just seeing if it would fit.
I was gonna say you just uplifted it.
Yeah.
Dropped it up.
Very rough though, right? Because you noticed some of it overlapped the slant.
Yeah.
Right on the west side. It would have to be reconfigured.
Yeah. So we will definitely need architecture and engineering as we move into that. And that's incorporated in that estimated cost as well.
So what is the expected capacity and the how long it's going? Like, when would we outgrow this building?
Can we get through
Okay.
the options first? Because I think the options are what we're looking at today, and then we can discuss capacity.
Sure. So the last option, as we were looking around at properties that the city owns for this, is this location, which actually you can see if you step out the front door here. It's just in front of the water tower here on Finnig. It is a small parcel. It's about 2 acres. The benefits of this site are the access is already here, the driveway is already here, so we could put the building here and we'd have some shared parking opportunities with PD with the new parking that was located at the back. And so there were some benefits there. We need a really creative architect. If we were to limit it to this 2 acres and probably limit that capacity, Councilmember Ryan, that kind of long-term growth for this facility. But this is parcel that the city does own that could be a viable option for an animal shelter as well.
And has utilities already.
Has utilities. We would need to extend some wastewater to get to this parcel, but otherwise it's to go. Because parking doesn't need wastewater, so.
So if it's 2 acres, what's the timeline to, we gotta get another one?
Yeah, now I think it's appropriate capacity. You know, how big does it need to be? How much space do we need? Because we had a little over 6 acres on option 2, and that looks like that would facilitate ultimate build out. But it seemed like each and every one of these, I don't know if there was enough room on the existing site to reach ultimate build out without dramatic floodplain improvements.
This one gives the opportunity, I mean, it'll cost, but it also gives the opportunity to purchase the land next door on both sides, right up there in the yellow and just in the clear, would be west of the red box. So
we'd have future potential of acquiring adjacent properties.
Correct.
But we don't own that right now.
We don't own it right now.
So
that's what we were doing.
You heard your words.
We were at 18,600 square feet for a shelter at the rec center location, and that was taking up pretty much all of the 2.5 acres there. This is half an acre less. So you may have to do a second story for office space, training room space, exotics upstairs. Potentially even a lobby have to be upstairs instead of downstairs at this location. And that would probably get us through 15 to 20 years. After that, you have to have more space to put in. What it might not give us is like, we need play yards for exercising the dogs, for doing intros outside with the public, walking path space that's safe for our volunteers to be out walking the dogs. I don't think there's any kind of trails through here currently, but they would need those things encompassed around as well.
15 to 20 years? How do you estimate that?
So really estimating on what our numbers have been the last 10 years,
Okay.
how those have fluctuated, and things that we've done to mitigate our numbers increasing. We've run out of those options now. I mean, we've done all kinds of things to stop the inflow of owner surrenders and trying to make sure we're managing well our space. Now, at the end of that, we know that it's going to just be growth with no additional ideas on how to keep animals from having to be housed at the shelter. So, yeah, you would be looking at growth per year potentially, and basing what your normal inventories have been for the shelter, peak seasons and all of that. Knowing what I already need for adoption kennels, that we have 24. We need at least 35 to 38 today to be able to adequately house adoption animals, and then knowing what we have for stray intake. Stray intake doesn't tend to be full, except it's staying full of adoption animals because we don't have space for them. So I can figure out, I've got a good estimate on what we need for stray space as well, and then the other animal areas for the cats and the dog, and exotics, which is small pocket pets.
Rhonda, can you tell people what happens when we no longer have capacity for intake? What do we do?
Well, we have two choices. And we've been very, very close. We've been down to 1 and 2 kennels multiple times, where we're about to have to make the call to management to ask how they want us to handle it. You either have to close your intake for strays where you're not picking up or letting the public turn in strays from our community, or you euthanize for space, healthy animals that are up for adoption that can be pets and you don't have room for them. Before that, I mean, we make emergency call outs to rescues, to for people for fostering, but at some point you're beyond beyond that when you're in a crisis, a time crisis.
All right.
So yeah, that makes it difficult.
Emily, we got 2.5 minutes. Do you want to take us through these last two slides,
Sure.
or should I poll the council already?
Hold on a second, I've got a question. So we talked earlier about the idea of a hybrid where you have two different spaces. What is the possibility of taking this space and continuing to use at least part of the space that you've got there? How long does that get us through in the future?
So our intake building is 3,000 to 3,500 square feet. It has 18 stray intake kennels, and then it has 6 quarantine kennels. It has a small isolation room with 2 kennels, and then a small dog room for incoming small strays. I mean, you could continue to use that, but you're going to have to put staff there all day, every day, that people are reclaiming pets, that you have court cases that are being released for owners. Somebody's got to be there to take money and deal with those going out. And then, is that going to be your intake center? You've got to have, I would say you have to have at least 4 staff on site that aren't going to be 7 days a week, that won't be at the other location. That's going to really eat into any savings on not building.
So the operating cost would be greater
it would be cost prohibitive over time.
Okay, Mayor, our last few slides are related to the survey that went out over the weekend. There were 501 respondents for that, and as you can see, there was a lot of concern, and I think we shared the entire survey results with the council. The concerns related to project costs, tax rates, city debt, things that you've heard in a variety of sources. Some concerns related to our 2020 bonds. Animal shelter did receive the most support, followed by parks, trail improvements, and downtown parking. Here you can see on the left-hand side the categories do you think would be good use of bond funding right now. A new animal shelter is that line in yellow that you see there, followed by
Just below,
parks.
or just right at 50%.
Sits
maybe
right
51.
at 50%. The other side of it were the bond package that we discussed at your last council meeting or about a month ago, which was the total. It came in unlikely if all projects were included on there. We'll have on your regular agenda the bond package for council consideration.
Well, I think it's really appreciated, James. You said you would be able to turn around and get us information on that. I think the information reflects what a lot of us have heard. So I do appreciate you getting that and then getting the results out to the public too.
Good comms team. Great comms team.
Yeah, thank you for getting that turned around so quick and get the word out and getting even more respondents than we had initially. Folks, at 7 o'clock, I'm going to adjourn our work session. I'm going to give us 3 or 4 minutes to come back together. We'll be back to reconvene our regular session just momentarily. We are adjourned.
Who's going to eat in 3 or 4 minutes?
Be staying.
Members of the public, I want to welcome you to the Pflugerville City Council regular meeting. I'm going to call us to order at 7:10 p.m. I'd like to ask you to join me in the U.S. pledge, the Texas pledge, and following that, a moment of silence, if you would rise with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. This brings us to the portion of our agenda where we hear public comment. I'll read this information quickly, and then we will move through those who have signed up for public comment. If you did sign up on a particular issue, you will most likely be called with that issue rather than immediately during this public comment period. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. I have a number of people who have signed up. We will begin with Steve Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'd like to bring up the issue. I'm a resident of the Gatlinburg neighborhood. We have been going through a street project, drainage project that started, I believe, in January. Maybe it was even as early as December. And had one piece of communication regarding it, and since that point it continues to go on. Roads are still torn up, there's holes, safety issues, kids were trying to ride a bike with their family, trying to go around those holes. The construction crew that's on this project leaves equipment in our yards. They leave street signs, things of that, and it's very frustrating, to say the least. And there's no communication. I'd like to find out when this project is looking at getting completed and fixing things up. There's holes in our yard, grass is gone. There's a lot of things. So I'm a little frustrated with this because I'm not hearing anything back. And so I'll leave it with that. That's my 2 cents on the issue. So I just know that other members of my neighborhood feel some thoughts like I do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I imagine you may get contacted by someone here very shortly. The next person signed up. John? Beal? We're close. John Beal, were we close? Thank you, sir.
Public citizens, fellow volunteers, I'm with the Wilbarger Creek Conservation Alliance. We have challenged your permits at the TCEQ for your new sewage treatment plants. We do not challenge the existence of these necessary facilities. The new regional plant on Gregg Lane will fix many problems. We challenge the standards of treatment to which they will be held. A 5521 discharge is too much. Nutrients, especially phosphorus and nitrogen, must be dramatically reduced. 50 years ago, my brother and I pooled our Texas veterans loans and bought a farm in East Travis County. A half mile of Wilbarger Creek runs through it. 50 years ago, there was one sewage treatment plant on Wilbarger in Manor. Today, there are 16 existing and proposed. Most developers and bankers want in and out as fast as they can before the market changes. In contrast, as elected officials, you have the more complex and difficult task of looking out for the long-term interests of the citizens and families under your care. Included are the environmental impacts of your decisions. The cities of Pflugerville, Manor, and Elgin will grow together over the next 5 years. Manor and Elgin each propose new, small, regional sewage plants. They sit only 1 mile apart. Can this be called regional? If we look at the entire region, we could have a true regional wastewater plan with cleaner discharges and lower cost. Mayor, please call the mayors of Manor and Elgin to see what is possible. If we did not advocate for this, we would be remiss.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Ann Brockenbrough.
Hello, my name's Ann Brokenbrough, and I run a working ranch on Wilbarger Creek downstream of Pflugerville. I also co-founded the Wilbarger Creek Conservation with my neighbor John to protect the land, water, and wildlife along Wilbarger Creek. For the past 18 years, we've worked with various land trusts, local, state, and federal agencies such as the USDA, NRCS, and Travis County to preserve over 4,000 acres along Wilbarger Creek. The Wilbarger Creek Greenway will be a public park run by Travis County. You'll be able to get on a trail at Northeast Metro Park and go all the way down to Manor and then go all the way east along Wilbarger Creek to the county line and beyond. There is a spectacular wildlife corridor along Wilbarger Creek with big ridges you can climb up and see a vast green valley below, teeming with wildlife, bobcats, mountain lion, and even river otters. But all the permitted wastewater treatment plants along Wilbarger are threatening the very existence of that wildlife, the fish in the creek and the animals that depend on them. The huge wastewater treatment plant that the city of Pflugerville is building on Gregg Lane will be the biggest threat because it will double the amount of wastewater in Wilbarger Creek. We've had multiple experts out to do studies of the creek over the past 18 years. In 2011, LCRA did a fish study in conjunction with the city of Austin, and they found 13 different species of fish. Now all we see are dead fish floating down the creek. In Dr. Lauren Ross's report, which someone will present later, using data compiled over the last 10 years, she found that Wilbarger Creek is already impaired or eutrophic, which means it can no longer support fish and aquatic life. This is before the Gregg plant comes online and dumps 16 more million gallons a day into Wilbarger. Wilbarger is already overwhelmed with wastewater and stormwater from Pflugerville. It cannot handle anymore. We are asking for your help with this problem. The creek is already full of toxic neon green algae, and future park goers certainly will not want to swim in there. When I moved here 25 years ago, I used to swim and fish in Wilbarger Creek, and we want future park goers, including the citizens of Pflugerville, to be able to do the same. Please raise your standards on all your existing wastewater treatment plants and use the most modern methods and technologies available when building your new plant on Gregg Lane. Why not pump all that treated wastewater into Lake Pflugerville, where it can be recycled and reused for drinking water or for people to water their lawns with? We all know that we're going to run out of water one day. Let's not send it down Wilbarger and into the Colorado River, only to spend an exorbitant amount of money to pump it back into Lake Pflugerville. Why not send it from Gregg Lane directly into Lake Pflugerville? They have the technology to clean it and reuse it now. Why not use it? The residents of Pflugerville and Wilbarger Creek will thank you for your foresight one day. And we thank you for letting us speak. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Hillary McDonald.
Hi, thank you for having us. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments. My name is Hillary MacDonald. I am also with the Wilbarger Creek Conservation Alliance. And the EPA developed nutrient criteria for streams in the Blackland Prairie, which is, as you know, east of I-35. Based on this data from LCRA and TCEQ sampling, Wilbarger Creek is eutrophic. Eutrophic means a lake or stream that is excessively concentrated in nutrients. This results in dense algae and plant populations. And the decomposition and growth of these plant cycles, this excessive plant growth, kills animal life and deprives the water of oxygen. Facts. We have fish kills on our properties, many miles downstream from the existing sewage plant discharges. Proven, exists. Here is a report from June of 2026 titled Wastewater Discharge Impacts to Wilbarger Creek Water Quality, put together by Dr. Lauren Ross. In this compelling report, there's documents and support for the need for adopting stricter criteria to prevent the health degradation of your communities, of our communities, of future generations. So right now you have a choice, all of you elected officials sitting here. You can raise the standards of this discharge plant on Gregg Lane, or you can pollute your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Juan Hernandez.
Hello, City Council. My name is Juan Hernandez. I'm 16 years old and a student at Maynard New Tech High School. I live on this beautiful ranch on Wilbarger Creek, and during my whole lifetime of 16 years, the creek has changed for the worse because of the wastewater being dumped there. I'm worried about the consequences that this new wastewater treatment plant will bring, which will be built on Gregg Lane, if I am correct, because it will double the amount of wastewater being dumped into Wilbarger Creek, and it already has more than it can handle. Over the summer, the Austin Youth River Watch community came to test the water on Wilbarger Creek and found very high conductivity and low dissolved oxygen, which is deadly to the fish, and we already saw dead fish floating on the creek. From what my beliefs tell me, we are supposed to take care of these creatures and not hurt them, and I do my part to protect via cleaning trash at my school, the road, and around the creek, and of course, the Maynard community, the Elgin community, and hopefully the Pflugerville community. I'm hoping you guys can realize the issue of this treatment plant and decide to help and protect our streams. There's no need to shut down the whole project entirely, just raise the standards and use the most modern technology and methods available to protect our streams. Please do everything in your power to protect Wilbarger Creek for us as a generation and future ones to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person wishing to speak is Les Wall.
Well, I'm going to talk about the budget for a minute. First off, I'm glad to see that we're not going to add any more debt this year. Thanks, Tracy, for making that so we know that we're not going to have to add any more to our debt obligations. $495 million is quite a change from the 700 plus last year and 800 plus year before. And I do fully agree. When you look at the property valuations and the taxable valuations, they're actually down supposedly 0.5%. And there must have been some additions made between Friday, Saturday, and today, because some of the numbers I have didn't quite match with hers. But anyway, going through department by department budget, there's no way I can ask all the questions I've got on all the departments, and that's not why I'm here. I'm going to try and do a summary. And the first thing we're going to start with is full-time employee equivalents, or number of positions. Pick one. Currently, we're at 520 positions in the city, going to 631. That's a 21% increase. When you look at full-time equivalents, we're going from 493 to 551. That's an increase of 12% up. But when you look at it, that's 61 new full-time employees. Now, I know that Monarch is supposedly supposed to have 138 total positions and 75 full-time employee equivalents. Yet at the same time, we've got departments that are losing 50% or more of their own staff. Utility services are going from 13 to 9. Utility engineering is going from 9 to 4. Central waste plant's going from 18 to 9. Parks and Rec's going from 52 to 42. And transportation engineering is going from 9 to 4. The question was brought up earlier, which I'm glad was mentioned. Did we even need those other employees all these years, or is this just a reallocation of current positions into a new Monarch? As far as the revenue coming in, the recreation revenue is going up 350% by this year's budget. That's a pretty lofty goal. And quite frankly, I really hope you get 20,000+ people signing up for the Monarch, because you're going to need the money to keep it operating. Because as we found out, or if you've read the budget at all, it's going to be 5 years for it to be at break even. And that could be a pretty optimistic projection. And as far as developmental fees, they're going up 84%. I'm not sure where the developmental fees are coming in, because we know construction is getting more expensive and people are flat out not buying. When you look at the $321 million in new quote-unquote taxable property, and yet our whole valuations went down 0.5%. So without that increase of $321 million, our property tax revenue would have been down several more million. When we look at the summary of salary and benefits, the overall executive summary shows 14% increase. Again, when you're adding 61 positions, I can see why that would be the case. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Krista, did I have any additionals? All right. The other items I have here are for items that are on the agenda, so you will be called at that time as we move forward. So at this point, I will move over to the podium for a proclamation. Thank you. So tonight we have a mayor's proclamation recognizing Prairie View A&M on their 150th anniversary. I know we have several Prairie View A&M alumni in our community, and we have Terry Knighton, I believe, is here. You can come stand with me if you'd so like as I present this proclamation. Prairie View A&M University is designated as an institution of first class in the Texas Constitution and is home to numerous distinguished research centers and institutes. For 150 years, the university has educated generations of graduates who have gone on to serve as educators, engineers, entrepreneurs, and public servants. The celebration of Prairie View A&M's 150th anniversary provides an opportunity to honor this rich history and recognize the profound impact the university continues to make. I proclaim August 11th, 2026 as Prairie View A&M University Day in the city of Pflugerville. I have Terry Knighton here to accept this proclamation. Terry, would you like to say anything? Or are you good? Thank you. Good. Let's go get a photo in front of the flags. Thank you for that. That brings us to item 4B, which is to conduct a presentation on the City of Pflugerville water supply. We have Director of Public Utilities and Engineering, Matt Rector, as well as Assistant Director of Water Operations, Shelby Granger, here to keep us up to date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're here to give you that water supply update. And we are pleased to announce that as of yesterday, we are back to regular conservation stage efforts. That means twice a week watering for all of our customers. And since the last council meeting, we had actually gone into stage 1. We watched the flow usage during that time and how it was affecting the treatment plant and made the decision to go ahead and go to conservation stage efforts. We've been maintaining the lake level consistently above that 635 mark. The normal pool is 635.5. And then you can just see us kind of maintaining that level throughout as well over the last few months. And then this is the usage you'll see here. So we didn't, when we went to stage 1, I believe it was the 25th, we didn't see this huge spike in usage, and that's when we decided, we have the treatment capacity, the ability to meet that demand should we go to conservation stage.
And it shows there that we've got a 12 million gallon per day
Yes.
capacity.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
We're getting a little higher than that.
So it's 12 MGD for daily usage. That means we can hit a peak flow at, say, 4 a.m. when everyone's irrigation is on. We can hit 14.5 MGD.
Okay.
All right, so now I'll talk you through the projects like normal. I'll start down at the river pump station. And so this is what we lovingly refer to as bid package 2. You can see the first 2 images are the guys working on fixing the leaks in the pipe and these were not leaks that have occurred. These were just leaks due to the construction issues. And I was notified at just before 7 p.m. that they have now passed all leak tests. So this yard pipe, header pipe, it has been installed and it has now passed all the leak tests. So good progress there. I'll come back to schedule on this on all these packages here in just a moment. Bid package 3. This is the roughly 10 miles of line between the pump station and the last 5 miles of pipe to get to the lake. This one is struggling a little bit. There's a lot more pipe. As you know, back in late July, we had a lot of rain. They opened the floodgates on the lakes. That created a flooding issue on Boggy Creek, which stopped all the efforts, and that's where we were trying to do all of our work, is right there at Boggy Creek. So for about 2 weeks, we couldn't even get to the pipes because everything was underwater. Since the water has gone back down, you can see the bypass is still in place. You can see all those hoses where we're trying to keep pumping water out and get water out of everything. We have been able to finish the installation of the 42-inch raw water line on the north side of the creek. We have not been able to finish the installation on the south side of the creek. That is due to a couple of things. One is it took us longer to get everything mucked out of the holes to start back building the north side. And then when we moved to the south side, we started not only dealing with groundwater issues, but we found a lot of sand. And as anybody who's ever built a moat on a sandcastle knows, it's not fun because when you scoop out that sand, more just falls in, and you scoop it out, more just falls in. And so contractor's been fighting with that. The other issue that they've encountered is the 42-inch that had been installed under the creek. When all that groundwater came in, it filled up with sediment, and so they've been mucking that out as well. They are working. You can see the photos. We're pushing them as hard as we can. And again, I'll come back to schedule in just a moment. The final section is what we call bid package 4. This is the last 5 miles of line that dumps into the lake. And you can see all of my photos here are basically them doing restoration above ground. All of the pipe is installed. We are just fixing everything that we tore up to construct that pipe. And so real quickly, I'll go over schedule on this one. So bid package 2, this is the pump station. The notice to proceed was November of 24. The contractual required substantial completion is January 14th, 2026. So we're a little behind schedule. The contractual required final completion is March of 2026. Again, behind schedule. What we are anticipating the substantial completion to be is October of 26. So that kind of gives you an idea of when we'll have full use of our facilities there. And final completion is anticipated to be December 23rd, 2026. So Merry Christmas, we'll have the pump station done. Bid package 3, again, notice
That's
to proceed.
a very specific date. How did they come up with that? Are they trying to make sure they have the holidays off, or they're working through the holidays, or what's that?
It's just the date. Bid package 3, notice to proceed again, November of 24. Substantial completion with all the change orders and everything that have happened is actually August 10th of 2026, so a little bit behind schedule. Final completion per contract is September 9th, 2026. What we're anticipating, and this is the one I said that they're having a lot of extra issues, is the anticipated substantial completion is September 3rd, 2026. So that's why we're thinking that in mid-September, we will be able to turn the 42-inch raw water line on and take use of that, even though they won't be final completion done. It'll be similar to what you're seeing on the photos here, where the pipe is in, we're using the pipe, but they have to restore all of the vegetation and everything else that we've destroyed in constructing the pipe. So then bid package 4, again, notice to proceed was November of 24. The contractual substantial completion is May of 26. The contractual final completion was June of 26. What we think they're actually going to hit substantial completion is August 31st of 26. So we think that they are basically going to be done waiting for this mid section of pipe to come online and get connected up so that we can start using it. And then final completion is anticipated to be October of 26. So that gets you all of the water line and the pump station all the way up to the lake. And this is just like I like to show you guys every time, because the bypass is always the one that gives me concern. The first picture on the left there is the original photo when we first put the bypass in. The photo in the middle shows the flooding that happened after July. So you can't even see the bypass. You can't see the banks. Everything's flooded. And then the photo on the right is as of last week. The water had receded. The bypass is still in place. And so we're holding our own there. And then the last piece, we get to the treatment plant. I don't want to steal your thunder.
No, I think we pretty much covered it, the capacity available.
So we've increased the capacity. We have an average treatment rate, which is that 12 MGD that you saw there. The peak is that 14 MGD. MGD meaning million gallons per day. And then timeline on the water treatment plant.
I have a question on the peak treatment. What levels of peak usage are you seeing now compared to the peak treatment?
Yeah, so since raising, or going into stage 1 from the modified stage 1, we're still seeing spikes around 9 MGD. They're not these large spikes that we're even used to seeing in previous summers. So.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, my grass is already dead.
Oh, we heard you.
I cannot revive it.
So just a schedule update on the water treatment plant. Notice to proceed on that one was January of 2023. Substantial completion per the contract was April of 26. Final completion per the contract was June of 26. We had previously reported a couple different dates on what we assume the substantial completion was going to be. Originally, we were thinking it was going to be October. Then the last time we presented to you, it had moved to November 3rd. They have actually indicated another couple of days of slippage. And so now we're looking at November 5th, 2026 for substantial completion. Final completion has also shifted from November to January, and now we're looking at January 14th, 2027 for final completion.
But that's November 5th is when it's operational.
Correct.
Okay, and that's when, the timeline for liquidated damages ends.
Correct.
Could you go back real quick for me? I want to make sure I understand the dates. The date that matters the most to me is when will the 42-inch pipe be in operation? When will the 30-inch pipe be in operation?
So as it stands right now, I indicated that they were thinking that they would be basically ready for us to turn water on by mid-September on the 42-inch line. And then we are thinking that the 30-inch line would be ready by the end of September.
Okay. And thanks to the construction, the water treatment plant maintenance that we've been through. We're back in I'm going to call it a more traditional construction scenario. We're back where we are in our regular watering schedules. We're operating at capacities. We're serving the community, and we continue to make progress on the construction. We're not anticipating any other. Hold on, let me knock on wood. any other issues as we wrap up this construction?
Correct. We are currently
no
operating
impacts to the community,
as if this had never happened.
This is back to normal construction progress.
That's correct.
But it is still very critical to get one of those pipes, one of those water lines, 42-inch or 30-inch, so that we are no longer having a pipe exposed along the creek with blocks.
Or actually get bogged down by freaking flooding.
Yes.
In Boggy Creek.
Yeah, Boggy Creek.
There's a reason it's called Boggy Creek. And obviously our current bypass line supplies about between 7 and 9 million gallons a day. If we start consuming more than that, then the lake draws down a little bit, but we've got plenty of capacity out there right now that we would easily weather until these are fully online.
The bypass also does not reduce the volume we're sending to the lake. So it's such a short section of pipe that we're able to push the same amount of water as if the 30-inch was online.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, any other questions on our water source update?
Just to remind everybody, Director, the delays seem to be due primarily to two incidents. One last September, long before you were on board, where there was a big piece of steel plating that went through the pipe, and then the consequences of repairing that, and then the recent flooding, which is sort of, it's a good news, bad news thing. We've got all the water in the world, but maybe we've got a little bit too much. So those are the two things really that citizens need to focus on in terms of the causation of the delays. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't say you're.
So Matt, I guess the question, as I heard it, is the contractor asking for and justified for extension days related to those to the date that we are now, or are they legitimately behind schedule and contractual days, even with extensions from the events that have occurred?
So the contractor has not asked for any days due to the original breaks of the line. So from that perspective, they are where they're supposed to be. They have asked for additional days because of the flooding and other things, because those are 100% warranted. As far as, is there any contract slippage because of other issues? Possibly. I mean, I've only been here for 6 months out of this 3-year project, and so I can't speak to all the ins and outs of everything that's happened on the project. I can only speak to what's happened in the 6 months that I've been here, plus the research that I've had to do going back to September. And so I think the contractor has been pretty fair and very responsive every time that a break has happened in trying to respond and help us out and make sure that we can react on a timely manner to get water flowing again.
And in your professional experience, based on where we are in the contract, how many unjustified delay days are there in this project overall?
I'm not sure.
To the best of your
days.
knowledge.
If we were pursuing liquidated damages, how many days would there be?
Can we circle back with you on that? Maybe an executive session at some point?
I would not answer
advice.
that question.
All right.
I mean, I'll just tell you right now, as far as all of these contractors are concerned, all of them are in liquidated damages. Now,
And I want to make sure they're
negotiating-
aware that we are interested in them finishing the project
Yes.
as quickly as possible, but as appropriately and successfully as possible.
And that's the point of liquidated damages, is it keeps leverage on them to keep them moving.
All right. Thank you for that. Any other questions, council?
Just don't come back here with extra days that come through.
Thank you. We appreciate that. That brings us to item 5 on our agenda. That is our consent agenda. Council, do I have any items that you desire to be pulled from the consent agenda?
5C and 5E.
Sounds good. All right, that's it. Let's go.
You cannot shut that
I Jedi mind trick all the time. Yes, I can.
Any other items?
All right.
Krista, would you read that for us?
I would love to. Items 5C and 5E have been pulled from the consent agenda. 5A, ordinance on first reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville approving the 2026 Annual Service and Assessment Plan Update and 2026 Assessment Rule for Public Improvements for the Martin Tract Public Improvement District in accordance with Chapter 372, Texas Local Government Code, making various findings and provisions related to the subject and providing for an effective date. 5B, ordinance on first reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville approving the 2026 Annual Service and Assessment Plan Update and 2026 Assessment Rule for Public Improvements for the Meadowlark Preserve Public Improvement District in accordance with Chapter 372, Texas Local Government Code, making various findings and provisions related to the subject and providing for an effective date. Again, 5C and 5E have been pulled from the consent agenda. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion in 2 or 3 seconds. Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 6. Item 6 is to discuss and consider action regarding appointments to the Board of Adjustment. I believe we have one applicant. Is our applicant in attendance? Saeed Athar Kazmi. Come on forward and tell us about yourself and why you want to be on this all-important Board of Adjustments.
Hi, how are you doing? So actually, I was on the Board of Adjustment before last year was appointed, and at that time there was a need for the bonds committee needed some more people. So I was reached out if I wanted to be a part of the bonds committee, so I joined the bonds committee. Now that's over, all wrapped up. They asked me if I'd like to come back to the Board of Adjustment, so here I am.
All right.
Thank you for your service.
Any questions, council?
No. Thank you for coming back.
Any motions?
Thank you.
So, motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. There you go. Motion approved unanimously. Thank you for being willing to serve. We look forward to you taking action over there on the Board of Adjustments. This will take us to our supplemental agenda, item number 7. Item 7A is to discuss and consider action to approve an ordinance on second reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, ordering a special election on proposed amendments to the Home Rule Charter. As this is a second reading, do we have any questions from council?
I thought we discussed it well.
Just want to remind the citizens that all of these proposals came from the board, and the council does not have any discretion on these. So these are all suggestions from your fellow citizens, and they were approved by a majority vote. And as required by the city charter, we will put all of them before the citizens.
All right.
And that all those citizens actually live in the City of Pflugerville and have been confirmed.
All right. Shots fired.
Okay.
And I'd like to say again,
so
thank
may I
you
have
for
a
that.
did I have a motion?
So
I didn't have a
moved.
motion yet. I've got a motion from Rudy.
Second.
Second from Jonathan.
And thank you to everyone who served in that commission.
We are very thankful for the citizens that engage in the process. Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 7B. This is to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution ordering a general election for November 3rd for the election of Council Place 2, Place 4, and Place 6.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Motion to approve 7B is presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Rudy, a second from David. Motion passes unanimously. And then this brings us to item 7C. Discuss and consider action to approve a resolution calling a bond election to be held November 3rd, 2026. I do have a member of the public who is signed up to speak on this item. That is Mr. Jeff Cohen. If you would come forward, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'd like to thank the council for letting me speak, and I just want to express my complete opposition to the bond proposal other than for the animal shelter. Frankly, it's time for Pflugerville to rein in spending. We spend enough money. Yes, I know we need parks, and we need all these luxuries, but times are tough. People can't afford more and more and more taxes, and it's time for the city to acknowledge that fact and maybe put this off for a few years when the economy isn't better and inflation isn't running rampant and people can actually afford to pay higher taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Emily, we did discuss some of this during the work session. What are you looking for from us now?
They were looking for council action on this item. We have slides on the projects if you'd like to see them, and our staff is prepared to discuss them. We'll take direction from council on how you'd like to proceed.
Make a comment.
On the park
I've got David
bonds.
first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, David.
On the park bonds, I would respectfully request that we split that up into each individual project, so that the voters can decide, no, I want that park project, I want this one, but this other one I want to delay for a little while, so that the citizens can make a informed and specific vote about the park bonds. I think if we put the whole park bond up all at once, it's very likely to fail. And I think that the citizens deserve the right to pick and choose and to approve those things that they find particularly compelling while putting off those things that they think should be put off.
Emily, do we have a list of the parks projects that we could put on the screen? I wasn't sure if that was a slide, the parks projects.
You might have individual.
If you have it, I'm sorry.
Flip real quick.
Melody, did you have?
Oh, here we go. Yep.
Not quite yet.
Okay, Rudy?
Mayor, it was about to be overall, about the bonds in general. You know, I think all of us, well, first of all, I do want to say that the bond committee did an excellent job and did exactly what we asked. It said, look at the projects, work with staff, see what issues or concerns are out there, what can be addressed, what's necessary, and what's needed from there. Great job. We appreciate that. And our job is to come back here and make decisions on the reality of what should or shouldn't go ahead and go on a ballot to the citizens. We're not in the business of putting bonds to fail. And this is where my concern comes from, because you look at what anecdotally we heard in the community. Then we had staff go out into the community, have a survey, as you said, which was a much more robust response than was the initial survey. And we heard back exactly from the citizens that, hey, listen, at this moment in time, we know that these are things that the city needs, but not right now, given affordability, given inflation, a variety of things happen from that. For me personally, the hard part for me, and Councilman Rogers brought up about the different projects for the park bond, is Reunion Park. Because let's be frank and let's be blunt here. For generations, not months, not years, not decades, generations, that area of the city was not treated like the rest of the city. And to go ahead and put them off and have a concern about what's happening over there, that causes me concern. At the same time, I've got to deal with the reality of what we're seeing from what we got back from there. Pause. We understand there has to be something done with the animal shelter. But if anything, what was just proposed now it shows that we have a lot more questions and things that we've got to figure out on how that works and where that goes from. I give staff a lot of credit. Emily said it very quickly, but I want to reiterate, you got back to us alternatives in a week and a half. That's not easy. And that's very much appreciated. It speaks again, because, and you hear my voice get a little louder about this, is when I hear people say that the city, the council, and the staff just don't listen to the citizens. That's just not true. The question is that we're trying our best to make decisions on these things and working from that as well. And so, my idea is that we don't go forward with any bonds. And if we were going to go forward with one, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it'd be a Reunion Park.
So I would, at the beginning of this process, I relayed my thoughts about the timing of bond projects, and I thought that we should wait until 2027 or 2028 because we have 6 major projects that are almost $1 billion that are all in process right now. And we have 2020 bond projects that haven't, barely even started now, and we're 6 years into it. And so I think we have a lot of things on our plate. I think we need to finish them. I think we need to demonstrate to the public that we were finishing the projects that they voted on, we're finishing the downtown east, and then people can start use it. They can see that we've delivered on promises. The other thing is about the economic times and a lot of things like the water bills. There's other things coming on the ballot. It's a lot of money to ask from people, and I just don't think that this is the right time. I'm not sure that I think all of these projects are needs right now. I do think we need to do something with the animal shelter, but I think to Rudy's point that there's still some exploration we need to do. And I was on the 2015 bond committee when this first was presented, and there was a lot more discussion about different options than I think has occurred on this. So I think we have a lot more things to look at. I do believe that we need to invest in Reunion Park. My concern is I'm not sure where the land is going to come from and what the scope is going to look like. And I would like to have more stakeholder input of people in the area and people that it's important to them and hear from them about what they want. There are some interest earnings on our unspent bond. And so some of the park projects, we could use some of that interest earnings towards furthering a design or getting concept plans for that. So it doesn't have to stop if we don't put a bond on November. But right now, I think I don't think this is the right time, and I think there's some more work to do for a bond. So I'm not in favor of putting any of the bonds on the ballot this time.
So, Emily, to her point, is that true that we can look and see what funds are available to try to see what we can actually move forward regarding the design of Reunion Park?
As far as the interest income?
Yeah,
Is that what you're referring
this is
to?
what she mentioned.
I'd have to check with Tracy on that one. I know that a lot of the transportation projects didn't come on the bond because we utilized a lot of the funds that we had available.
My understanding is that the interest follows the construction. So if we have bond proceeds and interest, that it could be used for projects that were listed on the ballot, which is parks. So, I mean, yeah, for sure, I want you to look into it, but.
I know that interest typically covers overages because everything always seems to get more expensive, especially for the city. But
we also had 2 park projects that were on the bond that didn't occur because of floodplains. I know some of that has been reallocated, but we actually haven't had a discussion about how to reallocate that. It's been reallocated and it's been put on the CIP in a certain way, but I don't believe that we've had input on how that money is reallocated, and I think that's an important discussion for us to have.
we had input into the CIP, which would be us having input into that decision-making process. What I want to say on these efforts is that I've long been an advocate for ensuring that we've got our planning done ahead of time. I feel like we're not to the point where we've got enough planning done. When we pass one of these, I don't want it to be 6 or 7 years before we get around to building something. That just is never good for our citizens. I don't think anyone should have to wait that long. So I want to make sure we're not putting bonds out in front of people until we are we have our planning documents in place. I recognize the need for improvements related to the animal shelter. I really like the options that were presented to us in the work session. I think needs to be some refining to that. At this point in time, I do have a challenge putting anything before the voters at this time until we get more refinement.
Mayor,
And we know exactly where we're going. Kimberly.
I wanted to ask, recently I believe Paws was shut down a day because of the air conditioner and things like that, and I believe that continues to happen. So do we have a plan in place because this does continue to happen if we do not put this on the bond?
Probably, we do not have a plan in place, otherwise it's just break fix at this point for that facility. I mean, y'all saw a picture of it. It's a glorified shed that they work out of. There's termites falling from the ceiling. It gets infiltrated with water every rain event. AC went out. I sent people home because it was 90 degrees in their offices. So probably half of our facility staff is pretty much dedicated when you look at ticket volume to that facility. So there's a cost. There's an ongoing cost to continue to run that facility. I do think that, if we were given direction for a dollar amount and 2 locations to explore that we would have enough time to put together, we could whip together some plans for the voters to put there to say that we have a plan. I would hate to kick this another year. It's been kicked for 10 years. So somehow Rhonda and her staff continue to make it work, but I wouldn't wish it on anybody to work in that facility.
And that's what bothers me, is that, these are all great ideas, but right now, I'll echo the past 3 sentiments. It's not the time. I mean, we have so much on the ballot this coming year. As Melody said, is it a want or a need? Right now, pause breaks my heart. But, God, what hurts me even more is how much the citizens are hurting right now and how that's going to be put a burden on them that we don't need to do right now. I wish we had a better plan on what we can do within this next year. I would love for this to come back next year after we have more planning and better discussions. But yeah, I just can't in good conscience approve any of these or vote to approve any of these right now.
So I'm in an unusual position here. I want to push back a little bit on the planning as far as the Parks Department is concerned. I do feel like the Parks Department has done a lot of planning. They've presented a lot of information to us and over the last several months about what they plan to do, particularly with 1849 Park Place 3. I think that is very well developed. Now that's the most expensive of the parks projects, but I think that is the one that the Parks Department has done the most work on. Citywide trail improvements is something that is an ongoing project that they've been working on for a very long time. Now, if you want to tell me that Destination Playspace has not got a finalized plan and Reunion Park doesn't have a finalized plan, I'm not going to argue with you about that. The parks and trail land acquisition, citywide trail improvements, 1849 Park Phase 3. Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've got plans for all of those things. I'm calling on Mr. Mize, who is our Director of Parks and Recreation, to tell me if he's got plans.
I like how you recapped your own question.
Yeah, we've got conceptual plans for it. We'll take those conceptual plans, verify with public through public engagement, and then we'll actually start the actual planning documents as far as where an amenity goes. But yeah, we have conceptual plans on 1849. We're working on conceptual plans right now from from the 2020 bond on Destination Play, and that's about it. I mean, trails are trails, and we have our marching orders from y'all on trails as far as mobility master plan and parkland, our master plan from the parkland process. Reunion Park, we would have to either in this bond or a future budget allocate some sort of funding for either site agnostic design of Reunion Park, or that plus some sort of allocation for us to start that process of reaching out with a homeowner and working on first steps of maybe going under contract and working on a plan of some sort.
Because that's the part for me, Shane. That's, I mean, again, I feel like I'm coming full circle moment. This is, I mean, the historic Colorado edition is what got me being interested in council in the first place with that. And I don't want to stop the momentum on that. You have a whole community who's quite excited about even this council brokering the subject and trying to move forward on that. So my question is that if we don't do it as a bond proposal for the 5.1, what was the 5.1 going to cover?
5.1 would, oh, go ahead.
You got
Yeah,
it.
5. Can I get some help? 5.1 would have been the full design of that park with the public engagement and full design. Land acquisition would have come separate in that separate allocation. Because you don't want the 5.1 and then the land ultimately costs 2.5 or whatever. So then you only have 3.5 to finish out that park. I think normally design is about 20% of construction. So if the whole thing was going to cost 5.1, there may be something in there where it's $1 million or $1.5 million that you try to carve out for design. It would be site agnostic unless somewhere you're working with a developer or that ISD property or something else. There's not a lot of options around there. So negotiating from the dais makes it more costly. But I think, the public's feeling it, right? We're also hearing from the public that they want more ball fields. And you saw the feasibility study on ball fields. And I can't do both, which is fine. If y'all don't approve this, great. In a year when the residents come up with their torn jerseys and they tell you they need fields, we've already made that decision. I can't make these fields out of air, right? So we're either making fields or we're not. We're either doing Union Park or we're not. I think I'm okay with, we're doing a lot already, and we'll hit y'all's mark whether we do these parks or we don't do these parks. But we've been trying to do what we hear anecdotally and from our master plan process, from the residents when they come up here and talk to y'all, and y'all say, hey, go work with them, get these field spaces. We've done a field allocation process. We've done a feasibility study. This is the next step if we want to serve those areas. If we don't, that's okay as well. And I get that maybe you just can't do it right now. But in the meantime, if it takes 3 years or 5 years, I won't be able to do anything with those groups that feel underserved in cricket or ball fields or whatever either.
So I want to be clear. When I say I want the plans further along, I do mean beyond conceptual plans. I mean, we should be looking at potential land acquisition for those ahead of time. One of the things that a lot of folks in the community have heard from me before is that when we look at these projects, when we look at the potential of a bond program, these are things that we know we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
When we put it on the ballot, we're not asking, do you want us to build this thing? We're asking, are you ready to pay for it?
Absolutely.
Are you ready? Is the time right? And because, at least that's the mentality that I've always taken, that, is the time right to build this? The idea of having a plan that we put together, and if we put it on the shelf for a couple years, we know we're going to do it. We just don't quite know when. And one of my biggest when concerns is when I look at the animal shelter in particular. I know there's statute at the state level that says if we put it on a ballot and it does not pass,
3 years,
we can't do anything about it for 3 years. And I'm not in it
from debt.
That's why I'm worried about all of them.
With that.
I mean, I want them all, but
And so I don't want to put us in a position where we need to make some substantial improvements at the animal shelter, and we are prohibited from doing that. I think we definitely need to make some interim improvements there, and get things back in working order, and then take a look at our balance, take a look at what's left to do.
And to Doug's point, we've been there before. Like, we've literally been there before with the animal.
One of the first things I did when I got on council was authorize, I think it was 1.3. It turned into $2 million of animal shelter improvement. So we've been there before. We know what we need to do.
And if you don't do it on the bond, you're carving out whatever it is for Reunion Park, whatever it is for 1849, whatever it is for animal shelter through a general fund or some sort of CIP program.
And so, and because I appreciate this is what I always love about you, Shane, because I mean, you keep it real for us. So I want to make sure I give the retort back. It's not. It's exactly the way the mayor described it. It's not saying that we don't need it, because you're right. We hear, and I mean, you know how often I'm out the fields.
Yes,
1849, everything else right there as well. Of course, I want to see phase 3 happen. We've had it well scanned, well placed. I mean, ready to go, and that's one of the best facilities, not only in Central Texas, but in the state of Texas right now. As I'm seeing, talking to these other youth sports and youth facilities with that, the question becomes, and this is where I kind of push back on what you said about the planning. You planned correctly. We did not anticipate that we were going to have inflation where we're at. We did not anticipate that we were going to have gas prices where we're at. We did not anticipate that our economy was going to be where it is today. We did not anticipate that our sales tax figures were going to be what it's at, or ad valorem went down. And so you planned the right way. And I want to make sure everyone understands that. Like, there is nothing you did wrong saying, hey, listen, this is what I'm hearing. I love the analogy of the torn jerseys and the kids coming through here talking to us. Fair point. but with that as well. But right now, no one could have anticipated where we are as an economy right now to where it's at. So when I think about what we need to do, those big hairy bets, those big hairy ideas, we got to make sure that it's a big enough cudgel that's going to make a huge demonstrative difference in not only what we're doing from here, quality of life, but also the economic aspect and some of these other ideas that come with it. And that's what I think of when it comes to this. So I want to make sure it's clear. You did nothing wrong. You were exactly right in this planning right there as well. I am very interested, Dave, if you're interested in that, and a bond for Reunion Park, I am very interested in that. But if Melody's right that we can find some ways, you said about 20% for design, because the mayor's point, what he said about that is true. If we can find that somewhere, we should, because they have waited way too long to not have the same type of resources and respect that the rest of the city has.
And I wanted to follow with my keep it real.
Can I go ahead and let Jonathan hadn't said anything yet in this conversation, so yeah, it's your turn, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, I largely agree with a ton of what people are saying, and I think speaking to parks in particular, that was one of the canary in the coal mines for me as I was considering the bond package as a whole. In my time in Pflugerville, I have not witnessed a time when folks weren't 110% in on parks projects. This is a community that loves our parks and trails. We are known for it. They have, the community loves these. They support us completely. And when I saw not a whole lot of support, even for that, that was really one of the signs for me that this is a risky proposition. And speaking to the animal shelter piece, I think that there is such a story to tell. I'm concerned, of course, like everyone else, about us not having a plan that we can confidently go to the voters and say, this is what we need, this is how many kennels we need, this is what it's going to look like, this is where it's going to be. I think with open questions, I don't see how we could put something like that on the ballot, given the open questions that we have today. Now, that said, even if the pause went on the ballot this November, and even if it was approved, this is probably a 3-year project anyway, to build. So pushing it out another year, now we're talking about 4 years. Or 6 months, sure. And so I do think that we need to spend some amount of money to make that plan shovel ready. I think we need to make that case, work with the community on what, validate their priorities of what they want to see specifically for the animal shelter, and get that to a place where it's a no-brainer for everyone.
Because I would like to follow up on that,
sure,
if I'm allowed. We hear sometimes anyone that's managing a project that, why'd this take so long? Why is this year 6, right? None of these projects were shovel ready, right? Yeah. So first of all, the bond happens. The last bond, 2020, was I think in November. So we're not even calling on any funds until February or March of 2021, right? Then we get some approval to call on some bonds, so we have some funding, and then we go out and do a request for architects. Here, we're going to go through a process in RFQ. We're going to select architect firms. They're going to go out, bid on a couple projects. We're going to bring that with public engagement back to y'all. That's 6-9 months before We then come back to y'all to see if y'all are going to approve that design and the construction that it'll cost. And then we go back out for a bid for construction.
Yeah.
Do that same process. And so you're 2 years away without shovel-ready projects from anything you do. So if you kick this a year and you don't do any plans, and that's fine, then when someone says, well, so we do it next year, then why did this take 6 years? Sometimes, and then it's capacity, right? I can't do, we had $60-something million in projects. You can't do them all year one. So you focus on the ones you can, then you do the next ones. If you're not doing plans to be shovel ready in the future for a future bond, you're just delaying 3 to 5 years onto that. So once again, y'all have a tough decision to make.
Mayor, I have a legal question. If we were to piecemeal this, as Councilman Rogers suggested, and hypothetically, let's say Reunion Park failed, would that have to wait 3 years before coming back?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See, I can't.
Absolutely.
So my
You would have to wait 3 years
As a bond.
Yeah,
As a
for
bond.
debt.
Yeah, you
So
can't
COs are-
issue any
I'm
bond
curious
debt at that
about
point. No,
Reunion.
I've got to. So to the council, based on what I'm hearing, I'm going to ask if there's a motion on these items. David, from what I've heard, you may be the only one interested in making a motion.
Then let me make a motion, and I move that we put the 5 parks projects on as individual bond proposals, not one $61 million project.
All right, I have a motion.
5 separate projects. And I'm open friendly amendments if somebody wants to do not all 5.
I'll offer a friendly amendment and not do all 5 and just do Reunion Park.
Will you accept that friendly amendment?
I will accept that friendly amendment.
So we have a motion to put forward Reunion Park as a bond proposition. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second specifically for Reunion Park.
Is this just on the Parks bond or on all of this?
No, the only bond.
We'll,
The
we
only-
can,
This is
Well,
one
I guess
there could be
theoretically-
subsequent motions.
That's true. There could be subsequent.
You're laying on fire, Rudy.
Yeah.
There could be subsequent motions.
Yeah, if it fails, we have to wait 3 years?
It's a bond for just that one project.
I really didn't want to wait all these until the reading. Well, we need to pass this first.
Okay.
Not right now.
Fails 4-3.
Fails 4-3.
That's fair.
Any
Mayor,
other
I-
motions on this item?
Mayor, I move that we do not call a bond election this year.
We don't need a
We don't do
motion.
negative.
Yeah, we don't need to not.
We don't do negative.
Don't do no negative.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think I'm also concerned about the work that the Equity Advisory Committee Board has been doing and how this could also backfire. Maybe a conversation for later, but they've been doing the work on this and we're just doing that on yesterday.
I would, so my comments, I would expect that we continue to move forward with plans on these projects.
Will they feel empty to them?
As I was saying, the bond question is not, are we doing the project? It's when are we doing the project? We have stated a commitment, and I think if we move forward with plans, that is a commitment. It may not be as solid as some folks would like it to be, but I think it is, it's making a statement.
I think I would just ask then that we make sure that communication is completely clear with those that we've asked to be assigned to this project while they're having those discussions. I've been asked, like, what's really going on? So I'm asking that we please be honest and transparent.
So Mayor, I would ask this, is there a way that we can task staff to, one, prioritize Reunion Park, 2, try to see if we can find some of those dollars, if what Shane was talking about 20%, so looking about $1.52 million for the design, and task staff to come back to us and see what options are available in the next meeting.
Quite frankly, as much as I want to say yes to that, I also recognize that we can't keep putting our humans and our animals in the animal shelter. Now, if we have enough dollars and we can scrape up enough dollars to do that prep work on both of those projects, I would absolutely do that. And it pains me to have to potentially slow down a little bit on Reunion Park, but I think if we're being militant about prioritization, the animal shelter has to be the top priority.
Well, so that would be my question to my council members. Do I have any other motions on this item?
I just wanted to follow up on what Councilman Kaufman said, because it's my understanding that if there's previous bond funds and either our contingency wasn't spent or there are additional interest proceeds that have to be dedicated to that purpose, they could only be used for that purpose. So I would like us to get an answer on whether there are funds in the park bond from 2020 that could be allocated towards Reunion Park that would not be eligible for an animal shelter because the bond language is limited to that. So that would be my only thing is
I
that
can answer that question.
Do we have an answer?
We do not.
Okay, so yeah, so that would be a future, like that's what I would ask for future consideration if there is plans. And maybe we wouldn't have enough for full design and engineering, especially if we didn't have a location. But I think we could get a concept plan.
So Melody, your question is, are there funds available?
Yeah, that's what I would like to know in the future.
The answer, I heard an answer that there are not.
Yeah, so keep in mind the
they're not
2020
fun?
bond projects were priced pre-COVID, so that money did not age well. So there is no extra money laying around from those.
So
I'd like to see a report
I got-
of all the projects.
Do you guys know a better
I
answer?
just wanted to see what.
Well, I couldn't tell if that was a nod or a shake of the head, so I just want to make sure.
I'm not familiar with what dollars are lying around, but to the
If there are any
extent.
lying around, I'd like to pick them up.
Well, right,
Where's this money
fair enough.
from?
We just
Exactly.
had a budget presentation.
Yeah,
But
well, there's a.
dollars can only be
I'm
used.
sorry,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, dollars can only be used for the project for which they were voted, or in case of COs, for the actual purpose description in the COs. And so, to the extent that any project doesn't include animal shelter, that would not be
No,
authorized.
it would
use. Yeah.
likely be specific to park
To parks.
Yeah,
design.
yeah.
And
So
that's
that-
what I think we would be looking for if there was anything remaining in the 2020 bond, but it sounds like there is not. So I'll ask again, council, any other motions on this item? I do want to have further the discussion following that. Emily, you had, I think, 5 options for the animal shelter. I think it would be appropriate for us to see those and see if council would prefer us to move forward with more information about 1, 2, or 3 of those. I think that would be appropriate since we're talking about the bond propositions.
Yeah.
What about downtown east? What about the Con Street district?
We can
Those are other possibilities.
certainly they are.
I'd like to be-
Let's see what the options are here, and if you'd like to recommend additional.
Well, in the, before, when the, when the planning committee comes back to us, I'd like to see an evaluation of those as well. Maybe they don't make the top 3, but
Let's see what we've got. We've got 5 there. We've got 2 additional recommendations from the dais. I'd like council for you to just chime in on any of those that seem interesting or
That was
reasonable.
nice. The only problem that was conveyed to us on the facilities commission is that, what do you call it, Dylan? Right there where the
The
flood is.
spillway?
Berm or
The spillway for the dam.
They're gonna have to go back to the engineers are gonna have to go back and see if that can be moved out so that it gives us room for expansion. If not, then we're kind of limited to that spot right there.
I like the idea of it being by the lake. Now, the problem is that it seems like being by the lake is limited by the lake.
Well,
And
this one, not the other one.
no, well, yeah.
it's not Lady Bird Lake.
So I mean, if we're saying we're going to get 15 to 20,
What?
is that what they said about? I could have sworn
15
Rhonda said.
years?
Yeah, because Rhonda said 15 to
You
20.
can get 15 years out of the first lake
Yeah.
option. This one has plenty of room for expansion.
Well, a lot of that's also in floodplain.
It does say
That's
6
developable.
acres developable.
6 acres developable.
And I think a lot of the
Is that
others we were looking
the
at were
whole
2
part
to
or the
2.5.
part you said we could buy?
Not 3 is our preferred, is the preferred size.
You're looking for at least 3. 3 acres allows us complete future
For that
expansion.
15 years is what we
Okay.
looked at. So this allows for some expansion on this property, and if in the future, the property that north remained undeveloped,
Any
possible
concerns
purchase
about
there.
adjacent uses? I know there's the horses immediately there. They're in the neighborhoods nearby.
Here, not necessarily. The other locations are much closer to single family than this particular. This
Really?
is
There's a single family right across the street.
as opposed to our current location, which backs up directly to it.
I was like literally.
So this is second closest. It's not their backyard.
There's a street in between it.
There's a big street.
It also gives you flexibility to set it further off the road.
Yeah, I do
from the
like
single
this
family.
option better than the other lake option. I think especially, looking ahead to our parks master plan and the next phase of work for the park, we're going to be adding significantly more amenities, and some of them are going to reach over to that side. And I still am thinking about the comment that was made earlier about the parking. There's no way we're going to be able to save parking spots for the animal shelter on busy weekends at the lake, or even weekdays, much less when we get the next phase of the lake where there's even more amenities and we've got the boardwalk and the new playscapes and all of that stuff. So I do like this location better than the other if we're looking at lake options.
Yeah, this is my preferred option.
The only other heartburn I have is that it is close to residents, and we will get complaints of loud barking and everything else. So, I mean,
Well,
we're going to get it.
I mean, we get complaints. We get complaints on.
You're absolutely right.
We're going to get it.
Do we get complaints?
Do we get complaints on anything else?
Right there next to the lake, the people. Come on, there's a different community that lives next
Lake
to the
real
lake than lives.
estate is in short supply. It's always going to be in short supply. It seems to me that we should put that as the highest possible use. And I don't think that.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm sorry. We got three conversations going on here. David,
He's
could you?
Can you talk louder, bud? Yeah.
I mean,
Lake real estate is in short supply. It's always going to be in short supply. We're not Lady Bird Lake. We don't have a very long runway that we can put stuff in. And I think we need to be very careful about making sure that things that are on the lake are the highest and best possible use on the lake. And I don't think that an animal shelter has to be on the lake. I think you can put an animal shelter in a lot of places, and on the lake is just not the best. It might be the best thing for the animals, but it's not the best use of very limited geography. We have a small lake. There's only so much stuff we can put on it. It doesn't seem to me to be reasonable to put an animal shelter right there. And then we have knocked out all of the possible recreational or commercial uses that could be in that location. So I would very much prefer that we put the animal shelter somewhere other than right there on the lake. And, the city of Austin has their animal shelter. It's near the lake, but it's not on the lake, and it doesn't interfere with recreation uses right there on the lake. It doesn't interfere with commercial opportunities right there on the lake. Yeah, it's accessible to people who live in Clarksville. It's accessible to people in central Austin, but they're not using their much larger, precious lakeshore for something like this. I think that's a very bad mistake.
So just for the record, he said it must nicely to you beforehand when you couldn't hear him than what he said right now. It's the same answer.
I mean, to be clear as well, I am very supportive of keeping the animal shelter on the west side as well. I still
how come?
I think that there's going to continue to be fantastic opportunities on the east side, including Project Nexus, et cetera. Okay. And I think that locations such as the rec center property right now, I think also gets us close to downtown east, where it is walkable. So you're going to be amongst all of that traffic and all of the people that are already there. So I think there's opportunity in that manner in terms of that specific location. I know folks have a soft spot in their heart. I'm not entirely sure why about the old rec center, given what we're about to have. But I think that property is great. It's pretty easily accessible. And again, it's in the proximity of downtown east. So.
Could I see option 3, please?
You sure?
So this is the existing location. We're concerned about is there room to expand here?
There's only about 2 acres of developable space. One of the concepts we have does show an additional building and some parking on this particular property. But again, the red line is the floodplain line. North of that is within the floodplain. The unknown here is what's underground because of the prior use of the property before it became an animal shelter.
Can you?
So any construction here would have to back up directly to those houses?
Correct.
I think this property is cursed in terms of a animal shelter facility. I wouldn't want to invest. I wouldn't want us to dig a hole and find a gas tank or whatever is underneath there that we don't know about. I mean, we've had such bad luck. We're gonna have to build it up to mitigate flooding.
Can we see option 4?
It is not Pet Cemetery.
Option 4. This is the
No,
current
I just
rec center
wanted
site.
to comment on option 3, though. We did recently invest in a new building there. That's why I was interested. What was the long-term plan when, I don't know if Rudy,
No, we talked about it.
So I'm just concerned, why do we move forward with a phase 1 and then 8 years later we don't have a phase 2? And what was the phase 2? What was the vision for that? And why put it there in the first place if we were just going to abandon it later? And so I just don't have full understanding of what was the original plan. And
I'd say the original plan was to remediate immediate issues.
And then just abandon it later in 8 years?
Well,
we've got temporary road infrastructure that we implement because it provides us value.
That's
and it
the
provides
analogy.
value to our citizens for the time that it's in use. That was, we had I believe it was a $12 million bond at the time for an animal shelter improvements, and that did not pass.
It failed.
So you had to do something.
Yeah, so we did something.
We needed to do something.
For-
Very much the same way
years,
as
at least.
so many of our citizens are saying right now. We know we need improvements at the animal shelter, but it seems unlikely that a $20 million bond would pass.
Yeah. And I
We
think
know we need to do something.
And to the
So doing something that may be temporary or that could last 10 years is, or maybe even longer there, is wholly appropriate. It's also possible we could continue to use that facility for overflow storage, put staff out there when we're out of space at the other one. But we have options. But yes, it is wholly appropriate for us to build infrastructure for immediate needs.
I like that the mayor gave the right analogy. We do that for roadways all the time. That we know, okay, listen, we've got to get a fix in right now. We know this is not what the long range vision is, so we got to get something in there for right now with that as well. And that was the thought process.
Well, there was an $8 million proposal from the bond committee at this location to address this issue. So there was a viable plan. The council didn't select it, and they selected the larger one, and then that one failed. But that doesn't mean.
Oh, you're talking about back then.
Yeah, in 2015,
Yeah.
there was a plan for all of these buildings.
I believe there was a
$6,
$6, and $8, and a $12 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was
And I get
11.
what you're saying, but I think even trying to dig those plans up, it wouldn't be what we would want or expect today, right? As much as the city has changed, from what I've heard from the PAWS folks around the construction of these types of facilities have changed. I completely understand what you're saying, Councilmember Ryan, and can appreciate that take, but I think even if we dug them up, they would no longer be valid, in my opinion.
So option 4 here is the rec center site. I've heard before much what we heard during public comment.
Yeah.
The idea that after the rec center opens, we should do a gap analysis and see what an appropriate use is for the existing rec center. I have a real challenge with demolition of a building that may be usable. Now, I don't know. I agree.
We agree. We
So
should,
I have a real hard time using that land. I think the idea of finding other land and building elsewhere and maintaining this as an asset feels a lot more appropriate to me.
And the only thing I'd add to that, Mayor, is that we should have. Trying to be nice. Why haven't we talked about this yet? You know, like that. I mean, we knew where we were going, and we knew that. Okay, listen, we're going to have to figure out what to do with this. And I know several of us have asked for this for the last at least year or so. Like, okay, what are we doing this? What are we ultimately going to do with this? And if the idea was, and I'll give staff credit, like they thought, okay, let's create it to an animal shelter. that should probably have been articulated to us probably about a year ago or so, and you probably would have gotten this honestly similar feedback than what you're getting right now with that.
There was a lunch and learn.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, David,
discuss.
David, Doug, and I did attend the lunch and learn. We didn't have quorum.
Oh, did we not?
So, no, we didn't. But that was also, I think there was a repurpose plus also maybe a demolition. I can't be sure, but there was. Now, whether that lunch and learn material was disseminated to the rest of council who weren't able to attend, I can't recall, but I don't think it was. But, hopefully that we can get that information going forward.
And I understand this is in close proximity to the existing location, and it's land that we own. So I understand how it leads us to the conclusion that it's an appropriate location, but the demolition just does not feel appropriate.
I would love to see that study, though, that you asked for, because I've heard mixed feedback. Some people say that we want it to be an elderly recreation
senior center,
we don't want to be
performing
there.
How
arts.
many years have we heard
And
this?
but others say we don't want to be there. We want to be in the new one. So I've heard
Well, that was the other thing when we talked about it, I think, at the council retreat, was like, it's been publicized as a multi-generational recreation center. However, it maybe didn't originally start that way. And so some of that lingering expectations are there.
We want to make sure that that the new rec center fulfills the entire needs of the community.
Right.
And if we find gaps, we have an opportunity here.
Yeah,
Can we see option 5 quick?
You sure can, Mayor. If I could just note that the gap analysis for this building did come as a recommendation of the Rec Center Steering Committee for the Monarch, for the new, to wait to see what it could deliver and hold this. And so that was presented at that time. So it's been a few years, but that's why we haven't brought anything further, to see how this performs and then come with that.
That's fair.
Option 5 is this location here on Finnick,
Right here.
right out front.
Now, is there shared parking available, or is that a secured parking lot? Because I'm assuming we'd need to build parking for this as well. It's not a lot of spots for an
It's
animal
not a
shelter.
lot. What our thought was is that staff could park here. We could build some visitor parking for the animal shelter. So it's not a
We need
large
like 5
field
parking
of
spots.
parking.
We don't need, we don't need a whole.
And whose land, according to Councilmember Wees, we're just going to go by left and right on us?
That was something we'd have to take a look at.
With the exception of the current rec center, it's the only one that is not near a floodplain.
That's true.
Floodplain's limited also. It's further from single family as well.
You think?
Well, the current, that's what I'm saying, it's the only one that is not, So, yeah.
But the
And
two that I
there's
saw
opportunity for
are not near
expansion,
floodplains.
but we do have to purchase it.
There were some other options besides 1 through 5 that were presented.
Yeah, it sounded like, David, you recommended the Pecan District and Downtown East.
And Downtown East.
I
I guess
feel like
Downtown
you're-
East is near a floodplain.
Well, and I feel like your earlier conversation about highest and best use doesn't fit well with the idea of putting one of those, putting an animal shelter in a TERS in.
Well, when was the last time
land
we
use
built
developments.
anything in the Pecan Street District?
We should, I imagine we'll see something shortly.
If I could just ask for clarification.
Decade.
The Pecan,
Been a decade.
the Pecan District, Mayor, isn't owned by the city, so we did not.
More than a
Emily, I'm sorry?
The Pecan District is not city-owned property.
Not
It is
city-owned
within a
property.
TERS, but
Right.
it's private property.
And
Just
we would-
making
we
sure
would need to
we're-
acquire
But Councilmember Rogers has volunteered to go speak to them about this, so that's perfect.
I'll be happy to.
The other option is identifying unknown land somewhere in the area that's not city owned. Obviously that would incur additional cost with land purchase.
One of the challenges you have to face when making decisions like this is the question of how valuable is additional information. We have a lot of information in front of us today. We know that there may be other options out there, but how valuable is it for us to get additional information? I want additional information related to cost and expandability. I'm leaning towards option 2 and potentially option 5.
Okay, so that would be the Beely tract
The Beely
on the
tract
west side of the lake and
then
this
right
property
here.
here.
those are the ones that make the most sense to me. I would like to see cost estimates related to those. Council members, other opinions?
Well,
What about
City-
buying land south of Wells Creek off of Emmanuel? I mean, there's a bunch of undeveloped land over there that's been
You talking about the
fallow
10-acre PUD?
forever.
Are you talking about the 10-acre PUD that we approved?
No, I'm talking south of that. South of the city limits,
Oh, so where Austin's putting in all the apartments?
east of that.
Behind Idea School.
Yeah.
I love how y'all play.
Now, you
Why
want to
not?
go get us an option on some land down there?
You know, it's certainly no more out of the realm of possibility than Pecan Street. And that land is doing nothing anytime soon.
I
David-
will say, so go back to option 2 real quick on the slides. One of the reasons why I like option 2, and I think you called it out earlier in our work session, is that eventually this will be the geographic center of the city. So we talk to the west where we have the animal shelter now would be a nice option, which is why I included the option of this property here. But that will also be the geographic center. I think purchasing land south of city limits doesn't really allow for good access for our citizens to the facility.
Well,
Council, any other options that you'd like them to?
What you just said was why I pulled away from 1849. I mean, it's not near anything. We own it. It's way out there. You're not gonna have to worry about people complaining. It has plenty of room to expand, but it is way out there.
It's not very accessible.
Right.
So I have another thought to James's comment earlier was, what's a number that you wanted to do? Because eventually it's going to need to go on a bond, and so we still have to be able to sell it. So is 21 million or 19 million, is that still something that the public in a year or two is going to vote for at that cost? So I personally would like to see options at a lower cost where I think that we could be more assured of it passing.
So when you say options at a lower cost, you're talking fewer kennels, smaller square footage,
Yeah, and I
property
haven't
that we
seen-
already own.
Yeah, I have forgotten all the details about what the plans are, how big it is, what we've looked at as far as like our needs and our population at the more realistic growth rate over the next 10, 15 years, what we will need. I looked at what was proposed 10 years ago in 2015, and that was much higher than what we've experienced. So I would like to understand some options for phasing. And that goes with making sure that the land is expandable, that we can expand whether out or up.
So Melody, my only concern is what you said, because you brought this up already, is I remember we asked Rhonda that question last meeting, and we asked what the projections were, and the projections were just on the intake, what they were doing, what there was independent of what the population per se. It was just what was the trend regarding the animals.
That was a whole calculation of like, if there's so many population, then there's pets per this, and there's that's a whole thing. So,
we asked her explicitly that question, and it was independent of that. And if you're, I'm going with what you were saying. You asked about why we passed a Band-Aid on it about a decade ago. If we're looking at doing something cheaper at this moment in time, like next year, isn't that just a sort of Band-Aid, knowing the reality of the situation is that it's going to only last, what is it? You said 15, so 2042. And then after that, somebody's going to have to come here again and have a conversation about what are we doing with that. And if we're going to have that conversation, that's fine. But to your point, I think that if we're going to do it, let's do it right and go for that. But I just want to make sure that was and that population count that Rhonda had brought up to us is independent of. That's right, because I remember her explicitly telling us that of the population of the community. It's what we've seen with the trends with the animals.
yeah, well, so I would just, I don't know if it was in a presentation, but I just like additional information about how many kennels, because we see the you know, like the concept, but like how many kennels does it have? She said what they need. The plan before was like 188 kennels. Right now we have, I think it was 54 that we need or something like that. Or maybe that was what we had. I just want to understand that we still have to get it passed to the voters.
And I think that's fine, but I think we also have to be open to the idea that the number might be 20. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I think we have to be open to that and not automatically say 10 million is all we're giving you and you're going to have to run hot.
So you can only build half of what you need.
Yeah.
And how many times do we talk about underfunding projects?
Wait. Yeah, I know
If
a lot
you
of people have heard me say
phases,
this too.
Then you do phase one, and then you actually have to finish the phase two.
Sure. And there's math to that too,
You
right?
cannot bind a future councilman.
It's always cheaper to do it right than to do
Clearly
it
didn't
over.
work previously.
Yeah, doing it a second time is always more expensive. So it'll end up, the price tag will be what the price tag is, but it would be nice. I assume we've got concept plans for what we've seen, the drawing that we've got. I imagine we've got counts for kennels
We do have
related to
some
that.
counts,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
could you get that distributed?
We can.
All right.
Can we look at option 1 too as well?
Option one, the
Option one,
east side of the lake.
Yeah, just get more
Still like
information on it. Yeah, I mean, I just want to hear. I want to know more.
Well, I think the question I have for option 1 is, can it be expanded to ultimate build out?
Okay.
And that's,
It makes me nervous,
What is
given our
ultimate
water
build out?
situation, to tell our residents that we're going to go mess around with the dam and the spillway.
yeah. I'm not excited about that option.
I just want to hear it.
I'm only interested in it if we can hit full capacity out there.
So I'm curious,
Yeah,
why
if it's
at
our-
one point, Melody, you might remember, why at one point were we considering putting an animal shelter and a police substation out there?
Councilmember,
Well, eventually.
Yeah.
We
we're
still
gonna
had
need
that
police.
floodplain area or
Yeah.
the spillway.
it was
But
prior
we had
to,
less part. Could you go back to option 1 real quick?
I sure could. It was prior to
Yeah.
parking lot construction, so it actually sat a little
That's
further
where it was
north.
gonna be, okay.
Yeah.
I figured it was gonna be more where a lot of the construction workers are parking right now, near that area, but.
No, that's where I park.
Yeah. We'll overfill parking for the lake when when the animal shelter.
James, do you feel that
for-
the staff has enough direction on this, or do you need a motion?
I would love a motion
Okay.
on ideally 2 sites that we can explore. Or
I am concerned about the wording of this agenda item.
Yeah,
With bonds.
The work session item, I think, was more forgiving.
Okay. We can go back to it.
Those lawyers always trying to keep us.
And I
check.
didn't, we didn't keep the work session item on
I can
regular agenda.
work with head nods to meaningfully move this over the next 2 weeks and then get some formal direction.
So it was 2 and 5 for cost estimates and 1 for expansion capabilities.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. Any other action on this item, council?
Nope.
Sounds like we won't be calling a bond election. That takes us to our regular agenda, item 8. 8A is to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution setting forth the ad valorem property tax rate to be considered for adoption for the 2026 tax year. Said rate proposed to be 54.36 cents. Hold on. I always have a hard time reading this number because it's $0.5436.
What are you saying?
Do I have to say $0.5436?
No?
Sure.
Do we need to ask Trista to read this one for us?
For $100 of taxable assessed value. And calling a public hearing prior to the adoption of the tax rate and the fiscal year 2027 budget. Finance Director Tracy Waldron.
Yes, so this is just a step in the process of approving a maximum rate. So we will post this, and we cannot adopt anything over it.
So Tracy,
So
my
it says
question to you, we saw, the budget presentation during the work session. The actual dollar impact to the median home value. I know the medians have shifted from year to year
Right.
with appraisal values. What's the actual dollar impact to the median homeowner in Pflugerville?
It's $54 less.
It's a
Than last
$54 savings over last year. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Council, do I have any questions, concerns, or motions on this item?
You have a motion.
I'd like to move, Mr. Mayor, that we adopt the no new revenue tax rate for the next year. It's only a difference of about $385,000 on the budget.
No, that's not
I think
accurate.
it's
It's $1 million. It'll be $1 million to the general fund. It'll be $1 million to the general fund.
I must have misunderstood. I thought it was 385,000.
That's just the difference between last year's budget and this year's budget.
I'm sorry?
That's just the difference between last year's budget and this year's budget.
I see. So if we do that, it would be a $1 million reduction.
Impact to the general fund.
All right. In that case, I withdraw my motion.
All right.
Our motion to approve 8A as presented.
I have a motion from Rudy, a second from Kimberly.
And I want the citizens to understand that it's going to be much harder after session next year. So listen to your council, and you're going to have to make decisions on what you want and what you don't want, because the funds will not be there.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 8B. This is to discuss and consider action to approve a master services agreement between Flock Group, Inc. and the City of Pflugerville for the lease of automated license plate reader cameras and licensing in the amount of $87,500 per year. Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for this item, I do have several people signed up to speak, which is why I opened this item, but I am not expecting any action on this or item 8C. I'm expecting us to postpone those to our next meeting. I understand some council members have undertaken additional negotiation positions with the provider, so I do not believe we are in a position to act upon this item tonight. However, I am eager to hear from the public, so I will call you up if you wish to state your position, or you're still welcome to your 3 minutes. At the top of my stack of forms is Jennifer Barnes.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Barnes. I have lived in Pflugerville since about 2018, and I am speaking tonight as the operations and safety lead of No Kings Pflugerville. I am speaking in opposition of renewal of the Flock safety contract, as well as in favor of Councilmember Kaufman's data governance resolution. So first of all, several of you I know that you've heard that Flock Safety, it's a bad company. It's not reliable. It has a storied history at this point of violating its contracts with cities. And to be perfectly honest, none of these technologies, like the facial recognition technologies, other camera companies, like we have no laws at the federal, state, county, or city level right now to can regulate or control these things. There are no rules about what they can do with them. We just have to believe that they're going to stick to what they say. And, part of the reason there's a national movement against these things is that started in Austin 2 years ago when it was discovered that they had massively violated their contract with Austin. So I know that a lot of people already know about the story of the woman who was followed through Flock after having an abortion. So I'm going to read you an article published in The Guardian back in March about a woman in Tennessee who had a completely different experience from a false positive identification from another one of these technologies that, again, is completely unregulated. So back in March, A Tennessee grandmother says she is trying to rebuild her life after an incident of mistaken identity by an artificial intelligence facial recognition system tied to her North Dakota bank fraud investigation. Angela Lips, 50, spent nearly 6 months in jail after Fargo police identified her as the suspect in an organized bank fraud case using facial recognition software, according to Southeast North Dakota news outlet and forum. Lips told the outlet she had never been to North Dakota and did not commit the crime. Lips, a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 5, said she's lived most of her life in north central Tennessee. She'd never been on an airplane in her entire life until authorities flew her to North Dakota last year to face charges. Last July, U.S. Marshals arrested her at her Tennessee home while she was babysitting 4 children. She said she was taken away at gunpoint and booked into a county jail as a fugitive from justice from North Dakota. I've never been to North Dakota. I don't know anyone from North Dakota, Lips told WDay News. She remained in a Tennessee jail for nearly 4 months without bail while awaiting extradition. She was charged with 4 counts of unauthorized use of personal identifying information. I'll email you guys the rest of the article. It's a horrible story.
It's a real story.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next person signed up to speak is Samantha Bridwell.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Samantha Bridwell, and I'm here today to urge you to reject the expansion of the flock safety cameras and any policies that would facilitate local involvement and federal immigration enforcement. While I understand the importance of public safety, I also believe safety includes protecting our privacy, our civil liberties, and the trust between our community and local government. Flock cameras collect and retain data on the movements of everyone, not just people suspected of crimes. While the technology may help solve several crimes, it also creates a database of where innocent residents travel throughout the city. Surveillance technology should be used only when there are strong safeguards, transparency, and independent oversight. Residents deserve to know who has access to the data, how long it's stored, who can share it, and what auditing exists to prevent misuse. I also asked the City Council to think carefully about our priorities. Instead of investing more taxpayer dollars in surveillance technology, I would rather see the city invest in initiatives that strengthen our community, such as youth programs, parks, libraries, mental health services, and partnerships that support our public schools and students, especially at a time when our community is facing difficult conversations about school closures. Our children and neighborhoods deserve investment that builds opportunity and stability, not just more surveillance. Investing in widespread surveillance systems should require clear evidence that the benefits outweigh the cost and privacy impacts. I asked the City Council to ensure that any surveillance technology is subject to public oversight, strict data limitations, regular audits, and meaningful community input before implementation. Our community deserves both safety and freedom. We should not have to choose between the two. I respectfully ask that you oppose the expanded surveillance without strong safeguards and to reject public policies that undermine the trust between residents and local government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Samantha. The next person signed up to speak is Samuel Caswell.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. I'm here tonight to oppose spending another $87,500 of Pflugerville's taxpayer money on Fox Falcon cameras. But I want to go further than simply opposing that expenditure. I believe Pflugerville should remove its existing automated license plate readers and prohibit the future use of ALPR technology in the city. This is not simply about cameras. It is about privacy. It is about government surveillance, accountability, and the kind of community we want Pflugerville to be. ALPR technology can record license plates and vehicle movements as people go about their everyday lives. It can create a searchable history where vehicles have been potentially where people have gone, even where those people have done absolutely nothing wrong. That means ordinary residents can become a part of a surveillance database simply because they drove down a public road. And once that information exists, we have to ask who can access it, who can search it, who can share it, how long is it kept, and what prevents someone from abusing it. Because unfortunately, misuse of automated license plate reader technology is not a theoretical concern. Across the country, there have been documented cases of officers using these systems to improperly monitor romantic partners, family members, acquaintances, other individuals, and ex-spouses. There have been investigations, disciplinary actions, firings, resignations, and criminal cases. We should not wait for something like that to happen here before deciding that the risks are unacceptable. And then there's the cost. $87,500 of taxpayer money. That money could support police officers, emergency services, road and sidewalk improvements, better lighting parks, neighborhood programs, or an air conditioner at pause. If we're going to spend this money, we should be asking what produces the greatest benefit for Pflugerville, not what technology gives government the greatest ability to monitor its residents. Public safety is important, but privacy is also important. We should not normalize the idea that innocent people should have their movements recorded and stored simply because they drive a car. And once this technology becomes part of our infrastructure, it becomes very difficult to scale back. What begins with one purpose can eventually expand into other purposes. So tonight, I'm asking the council to do more than reject this expenditure. I'm asking you to remove the existing ALPR cameras in Pflugerville's use of flock technology and adopt a permanent prohibition on the future acquisition and operation of ALPR systems by the city. Let's protect our residents' privacy before it's compromised. Let's spend taxpayer money on services that directly improve people's lives. And let's make Pflugerville a community where public safety and individual privacy are not treated as opposing values. We can keep people safe without creating a system that tracks where innocent people drive. Please reject this expenditure, remove the existing system, and permanently ban its future in Pflugerville. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Next on my list is Jim McDonald.
You have to go home at some point.
Mayor, Council, thank you again. I really don't think I could summarize this any more articulately than Jennifer, Samantha, and Samuel have already done. The TLDR version of this is that the benefits that may be claimed by flock cameras, I don't think outweigh the invasion of our civil liberties. I remember seeing, I don't know if I've seen any recently, of auto thefts, cars that have been recovered because of flock, because they picked up a license that they knew was a stolen car and recovered it by the time it got to the other side of town. Our police department has been recovering stolen vehicles before ALPR systems were put into the town. And I don't think that the benefit of having those, as we have heard, outweighs some of the egregious violations of our civil liberties. So I'm with Samuel on this. I hope that not only do y'all not renew the contract, but that you give Flock 30 days to remove their equipment from the confines of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Antoine Moline? Did I get anywhere close? All right, I might be way off then.
Address?
On Heather Wild Boulevard, the only other person I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else here?
I think they may have left.
They must have.
Conversation on the bill.
They must have. Oh, I'm sorry. They marked that they did not wish to speak. They neglected to mark the support or opposition and only listed the item, but I think based on the trend, we have a good idea where they stand. Council, that was item 8B. I do not anticipate any action at this time. I am not planning to call item 8C. Which brings me back to item 5C pulled from our consent agenda. That is an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending the city's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 152, Subchapter B, roadway impact fees, and approving a roadway impact fee study 2026 update, incorporated herein, containing severability and repealer clause, and providing an effective date. Council, the reason why this was on the consent agenda is because we had conversations about it in a prior meeting, and the amounts levied were not changing. The city manager had asked that we keep them steady for the next little while we can do a more comprehensive, take a more comprehensive approach to this. Melody, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just disagree with the growth projections in the study, so I wanted to have a separate vote about the study, not about keeping the rates the same. So I don't know. That's just my, because it's to approve both. Or it's to approve the study.
It's to approve an ordinance.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was the
approving
reason.
the roadway impact. No, you're welcome for the record vote.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Any other questions, council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move that we approve the ordinance as written, but with the reduction of the roadway impact fees by 50% from what they're proposed.
All right, we have a motion.
So we're on the wrong side of the Laffer curve and nobody cares. Okay.
All right. Yeah, motion fails for lack of a second. Council, any other motions?
Mayor, I'll move to approve.
I have a motion from Jonathan.
I'm appreciative that we're delaying any change here for a year to give us time to figure out what the right answer is across the totality of our impact fees.
And I'll second, because that was the whole point of us doing this. So there can be a year-long look at.
All right, motion passes 5-2. That brings us to item, I believe it was 5E, is the last item pulled from the consent agenda. That is the approval of the City of Pflugerville Standard Capital Improvement Project Construction Agreement between the city and Joe Bland Construction LLC in the amount of $1,715,086.75 for construction services associated with the FM 685 northbound and southbound frontage road at Kelly Lane intersection improvements project. I will say I shared some of the schematics with my neighbors over the last couple days, and very excited about this project moving forward.
Did you
Melody,
put a PowerPoint in the backyard or something? What did you do?
screen capture, social media. Melody, you pulled this item. Any particular questions?
I wanted to see the presentation because the original schematics in there was like unclear. We got an updated one, but I'd like to see it on a bigger screen and just see how the new lanes are going to be.
Okay. Do we have a slide with the schematic on it, or do we need to pull that from somewhere else?
He said yes.
Yeah, next one, it looks like the schematic's on the next slide. And I do have a question about this. If you'll go to the next slide. The one question I have is about, it looks like it's well drawn on this one. East and westbound movements. The eastbound to northbound movement, this by expanding the lanes, we do now have the ability to have a dual left turn from eastbound to northbound, correct?
Mayors, City Council, thank you so much for having me. Brad Lemmy, Project Manager Transportation. Yes, southbound and northbound, you have the ability to have two left turns. So this increases the area or the amount of lanes that can turn left, either from the southbound or northbound. Currently, there is one left turn lane, and this increases it to two.
Yeah. Well, my question was actually the eastbound traffic, which is there's no net new pavement, but you've got a sweeping little line there that makes it look like maybe we can actually have two left turns to go north on the access road. Is that?
That's what I'm seeing there as well, but
Okay.
I would like to go ahead and phone a friend to confirm.
Going this way, go that way.
Are you talking about two dedicated left
You mean two
turns?
dedicated?
No, there's not even a second option on that lane because there's not enough to put it technically, landing zone
okay.
on northbound lanes, since there are only the 2 lanes there. So
This
currently,
is still hard for me to see.
yeah,
'Cause I'm, like,
currently every now and then people making that going that direction do decide to turn left from a lane that is not a left turn lane. But I believe this, since we will have a, call it a landing zone for that action, we should be able to have an additional left turn lane on the eastbound traffic.
so would that be
so as
one
you're-
going straight?
So the question is, as you're going eastbound underneath
the same as
130
the westbound.
and you're turning north to go up on the feeder, is that a dual left turn?
Yes, going eastbound, going north, it is a dual left.
It will be.
There you go.
Yes.
It will be, because it's
So-
not right now.
Yeah.
And it's very likely a left and an optional, probably a straight and left lane, much like we have on the westbound. That was my question. Melody,
I'm just trying to understand how the U-turn is changing.
more runway.
You have an animated slide you can show us so we can see what's going on.
Is it? It's. I mean,
Yeah.
it just looks like in this schematic. It just looks like we're widening it. The U-turn portion. I guess I'm just not understanding how.
I can clarify.
Okay.
So currently you have a turnaround lane on the northbound and southbound sides. That lane now functions as a dual purpose of a left turn and a turnaround lane. In order to accomplish that, you have to take the turnaround lane and have it become a left turn lane and turnaround lane. And in doing so, you need to have an additional runway, so to speak, in order to accomplish that. And so that's what you're seeing in this diagram here, that you have a widening of the turnaround lane, which also helps with the left turn lanes on both the north and southbound sides.
Okay, and then when you're heading southbound and you're doing the U-turn to go northbound, currently that's a yield, right, to go?
I can't speak to that at the moment.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a yield. Is it still staying a yield, or is that? I think it's still staying a yield, and it's not a dedicated.
I'm not seeing a dedicated lane
As
there.
opposed
Okay.
to free flowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a you.
It looks like you've
Yeah.
got more runway,
Okay.
but yeah, it would still very likely be a yield.
So this is a big deal. It's going to be moving a lot of folks over there at Grand Central Station.
I mean, I'd like to see more east-west expansion, but we'll do what we can with what we got.
So the other issue that I see in traffic is when you're going southbound, and then you lose, you lose you have the people turning westbound, and then those 2 lanes are just backed up. So this is adding a 3rd lane to allow turning to go eastbound.
Get them out of the
And
way
then-
of the folks who are
and
going
so,
straight.
Okay, so it will have 2 straight and 1 left. Going south?
Well, potentially.
The
an
lines are
option
just so
lane.
close together. I'm sorry.
I can clarify if you like.
Okay.
So right now you have, with this new design, you have 2 going south, and then you have 2 turning left. One of those is currently a straight or left, and now you're going to have 2 going left, and one of those will be a straight and left as well. So essentially, you have 2 left turn lanes, but you also have an overlap and 2 southbound lanes as well. So the number 1 lane, which is the fast lane, so to speak, will function both as a left turn as well as a straight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I certainly would.
Motion to approve 5E.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
When is this going to be done?
Tomorrow, right?
164 days.
164 days.
Well, it's
No.
150 to substantial completion and 160 to final, so 3 months you should be able to drive on this, right? Right? Right, guys?
So Joe Bland Construction, we will be holding you accountable.
We're very excited about this.
And I know where y'all live, so remind Joe
Assuming
that.
it passes.
Yeah,
Assuming it passes.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not in a floodplain.
That's what contractors always say, 6 weeks.
What?
5 months? Okay. All right. I'm telling Joe.
Gotcha. All right, motion passes 6-0.
Caesar didn't want it, for the record.
He's done with that part of town. Council, we did have one item from the work session that's an executive session item. I'm told we don't have anything to discuss on that.
So we've met with them. They're just kind of fine tuning their number and their proposal. So
Do I need to open it
that's
for
all
you
I
to
have
tell
to
me
tell
that?
you.
So
That sounds good.
All right. The time is 9:14.
Oh,
Wow.
We are
get out
adjourned.
before midnight.